Chapter 824. Just as he said, the plan against Xiaoyang had been formulated a long time ago, and he was just executing the plan now. The four beasts were just bait to lure Xiaoyang in. Since Xiaoyang had taken the bait did not affect the overall situation anymore. In the exchange just now, Master, you could see that Xiaoyang cared a lot about the four beasts, so there were more ways to deal with Xiaoyang. To deal with a person, one had to find the other party's weakness. Without a doubt, the four beasts were one of Xiaoyang's weaknesses. Otherwise, why would Xiaoyang risk his life to save them? And why would he risk being ambushed to use the greater teleportation technique to save Flamingo? After probing for a while, Xiaoyang's trump card was almost exposed. Master Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He clapped his hands, making clapping sounds. Immediately after, Master Sun and Master Star of the Sun-Moon-Star sect appeared one after another. The three of them stood side by side, and their eyes were locked on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was fearless and looked at them calmly. Both sides had not made a move yet. Xiaoyang, submit to us and work for our Sun-Moon-Star sect, and we can consider letting you go. Otherwise, you and the four beasts will die without a doubt. You have no choice. Master Star looked at Xiaoyang and said coldly. Revered Lord Ri chuckled, the corner of his mouth curled up as he mocked. I hope that Xiaoyang doesn't agree. That way, we will have one more opponent to fight against. He released his battle intent, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. As a Wu Zun, he rarely made a move. Once he did, the consequences would be devastating. Therefore, Wu Zun rarely sparred with each other. It was rare to have a Wu Zun level opponent like Xiaoyang, so he naturally did not want to miss it. Xiaoyang chuckled. Even facing the three Wu Zun, he was not afraid at all. He said disdainfully, I just want to ask you, do you still want these two? As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the two ambassadors with one hand, and then looked at the three Wu Zun proudly. This made Master Sun, Master Yu, and Master Star's expressions turn cold. Xiaoyang, do you want to fight to the death? Master Yu said fiercely. Xiaoyang had already killed one of the ambassadors. Was he going to kill the remaining two as well? One had to know that they spent a lot of effort to cultivate each ambassador and countless resources of the sect. If they were killed by Xiaoyang, it would be a huge loss for the Sun-Moon-Star sect. Fight to the death? Xiaoyang smiled coldly. He didn't want to answer this question. He said sarcastically, Do you think we can resolve this peacefully if I don't kill them? From the moment the Sun-Moon-Star sect captured the pet beasts, the conflict had already been established. In addition, the conflict was getting more and more intense. Both sides were already fighting to the death. Master Yu was so angry that his chest hurt. From the beginning, he had been compromising and giving in. He didn't force Xiaoyang too much, but Xiaoyang was so overbearing that he couldn't tolerate it anymore. He harumphed coldly and gave the order, Disciples of the Sun-Moon-Star sect, listen up. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yes, he did not intend to compromise. Even if he had to pay with the lives of the two ambassadors, he was going to kill Xiaoyang. Thousands of disciples of the Sun-Moon-Star sect responded. They channeled their cultivation, controlled their Dharma treasures, and cast spells to attack Xiaoyang. The attacks launched by tens of thousands of disciples were dazzling, and the scene was spectacular. Even with Wu Zun's physical body, Xiaoyang did not plan to fight head-on at this moment. He chuckled and put away the holy whip. He threw the Moon Emissary and Star Emissary out. Before he threw them out, he slapped their backs and destroyed their cultivation. Xiaoyang wanted to see if these disciples of the Sun-Moon-Star sect were going to kill the two ambassadors with their own hands. Help. No, don't kill us. Everyone stop. The Moon Emissary and Star Emissary shouted. They flew in the air and shouted at the crowd below. They saw many martial skill light attacks and also saw many shining magic treasures. These martial skills and magic treasures all contained a terrifying power. Their cultivation had already been destroyed by Xiaoyang. Not to mention that they did not have any cultivation left. Their fragile bodies could not withstand these dense and terrifying attacks. Tens of thousands of rays of light that contained terrifying destructive power swept through the void and covered the sky. Even if some of the disciples had already seen the moon emissary and star emissary, it was too late to stop. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" They shouted loudly, because tens of thousands of cultivators attacked at the same time. There were both strong and weak ones. This caused the martial arts laws to be unstable, and even the attacks to stagger. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud bangs were heard. Many martial skill lights bombarded the two sect ambassadors, causing them to be severely injured. They were now on the verge of death. However, this was not the end. Not far from them, more than 10 powerful Dharma treasures attacked. Seeing that they were about to be torn apart by these Dharma treasures, Master Yu immediately took action. She hurriedly unleashed Wu Zun's cultivation and covered the moon emissary and star emissary with a defensive light shield. Then she pulled them down. Seeing this, the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect stopped attacking. They were afraid of hurting the innocent. However, just as they stopped, Xiaoyang took advantage of this short period of time to leave with the 4 beasts and the Star City Lord. His figure flashed a few times and he was far away. Damn it! That traitor and Xiaoyang ran away. Immediately, someone noticed them and shouted out, "Go after them! Don't let them go!" Rizun's face was gloomy as he looked at the direction Xiaoyang and the others had left. He waved his hand and shouted, "Yes, Master Yu, follow me. Kill them." Under the lead of an elder, the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect rushed in the direction where Xiaoyang left. "Let's go together. We must kill Xiaoyang," Master Yu said calmly. She immediately used her movement technique to chase after Xiaoyang. Previously, they were restrained by the 2 ambassadors, so they couldn't go all out. Otherwise, they would indirectly kill the 2 ambassadors. Now that the 2 ambassadors had been saved, there was nothing to worry about. "Master, go east. That's the East City. Outside the East City is the territory of the Path sect. They definitely won't dare to come in with great fanfare." Star City Lord hurriedly said with a fearful expression. He knew that this was a critical moment of life and death. Once the 3 masters of the Sun Moon Star sect caught up with them, they would die. Star City Lord was quite familiar with the territory of the Sun Moon Star sect. Xiaoyang did not hesitate at all. He immediately changed the direction of his escape and quickly headed east. Their speed was extremely fast. This was the speed that Xiaoyang obtained by unleashing the power of Wu Zun. Chapter 8:25. Behind them, there were 3 pursuers at the same speed. Behind the 3 pursuers, there was a large group of pursuers. They were all direct descendants of the Sun Moon Star sect. Seeing this majestic power, the bloodthirsty ice worm, flamingo, Flying Bull, and Dragon Lady were all stunned. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to make a sound and let Xiaoyang grab them and take them away. After a few minutes, they finally saw the outline of the East City. "Master, we're almost there." Star City Lord was very excited. His brows relaxed a little. Once they passed the East City, they would be saved. He had never experienced such a thrilling life and death situation. He was very excited. Swoosh! Because they were running very fast, their bodies rubbed against the air, making swooshing sounds along the way. Xiaoyang's figure flashed a few times and arrived at the East City Gate. "Master, we need to pass through the city and then go out from the South Gate. This is the shortest distance." Star City Lord swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly explained. The area outside the South Gate was the Dao sect's territory, so they had to enter the city. If they took a detour, they might be intercepted by the Sun Moon Star sect. Even if they entered the East City, the situation wasn't optimistic. The East City was loyal to the Sun Moon Star sect, and the East City Lord was a stubborn guy. He had always been loyal to the sect and might have a conflict with him inside. However, there was no better choice now. They could only take one step at a time. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate at all and rushed into the city gate. He had the Star City Lord's soul blood in his hand, which was equivalent to controlling the Star City Lord's life. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of betrayal. When he passed through the city gate, he went in like a gust of wind. The guards standing at the city gate didn't even see his shadow. They only felt a gust of wind blowing, causing them to squint their eyes. They even complained, "Why is there a gust of wind out of nowhere? What bad luck?" Just as they finished complaining, another gust of wind blew. The wind swept up the sand and dust on the ground. It was even stronger than before. Naturally, it was Moon Lord, Sun Lord, and Star Lord. The three great Wu Zun had entered the city. The guard at the door almost jumped up and cursed. He said loudly, "What the hell is this? Damn it, the weather is clear today. What's the problem?" As he cursed, he immediately shut his mouth. He hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, afraid that he would make any sound. Looking over, they saw tens of thousands of Sun Moon Star sect disciples surging over. Their auras were shocking, as if they were an army of 100,000. This scared the guards out of their wits. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled as they hurriedly retreated. Needless to say, they were the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect. Their speed was not as fast as Master Yu, Master Sun, and Master Star, so they were always behind them. "You, what do you want?" The guard at the city gate trembled as he spoke. Just by looking at the clothes of these people in front of him, he knew that these people's identities were much higher than his. Even if he had a cultivation base, he would not be able to withstand a single pinch of theirs. "Cut the crap. Get out of the way." The disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect naturally did not care about the guards at the gate. They ignored them and rushed into the city, following closely behind the three masters. After the tens of thousands of disciples disappeared from their sight, the guards at the city gate looked at each other in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. They did not know what had happened. Why had the Sun Moon Star sect suddenly become so crazy and sent out tens of thousands of disciples? This was too unusual. Then they thought about the two gusts of wind that had suddenly appeared. They suddenly felt that this matter was not as simple as they had imagined. In the East City, on the main road, the City Lord of the East City, who was in the 8th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, was already in the middle. Behind him, there were many 7th and 6th level martial arts Grandmasters. Some were consecrators from the City Lord's mansion. Some were rogue cultivators hired at the last minute, and most of them were top fighters from the various first-rate families in the East City. The City Lord of the East City had received the news long ago. He knew that Xiao Yang had broken into 3 cities in a row and even made a scene in the Sun Moon Star sect. He also knew that Xiao Yang would pass by the East City, so he had long brought the top fighters of the East City to guard here. He did not expect Xiao Yang and the City Lord of the Star City to arrive here so quickly. It was fine. Anyway, he had already finished his arrangements. "Xiao Yang, traitor, where do you want to escape to? Why don't you surrender?" The City Lord of the East City endured the strong wind and narrowed his eyes. He looked at Xiao Yang, the City Lord of the Star City, and the 4 beasts that were gradually approaching him on the main road, and shouted loudly. He had been the City Lord for many years. Naturally, he had a different kind of majesty and aura. However, Xiao Yang, who had been unobstructed along the way, ignored the City Lord of the East City. He only curled his lips and revealed a cold smile. He said cruelly from dozens of feet away, "Those who block me will die." As his words fell, a strong murderous intent was released from Xiao Yang's body and firmly locked onto the City Lord of the East City. He had rushed all the way here, and his hands were stained with blood. Naturally, he did not mind taking one more life. Right now, either the enemy died or he died. Naturally, he would not joke about his own life. Xiao Yang always felt that the 3 Wu Zun behind him were very close. As long as he delayed for 3 breaths of time, they might catch up. Therefore, Xiaoyang did not dare to stay for a moment. The city lord of the Star City also shouted at the city lord of the East City, "You reckless thing, get out of my way. Anyway, I have already killed more than 10 city lords. I don't mind killing one more." When he shouted, there was a different kind of majesty and aura. His aura of an 8th level martial grandmaster, coupled with the aura of Wu Zun and Xiaoyang's physical body. The 2 auras crushed the city, lord of the East City, and the other city lords. The great masters, rogue cultivators, and experts of the first-class families were all frightened. They knew that Xiaoyang and the city lord of the East City were invincible. However, they had no choice. From the moment they stood there, they only had one path, which was to walk to the end, regardless of life or death. The city lord of the East City was also afraid. He frowned, and his expression was gloomy. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. If Xiaoyang did not have the ability, how could he have alarmed the entire Sun Moonstar sect? Come on, I have no fear of dying in your hands. As long as I am alive, you can forget about walking past me unless you step over my dead body. The city lord of the East City roared and released a will to die. This will to fight to the death immediately influenced many of his supporters behind him. These supporters became brave and resolute, unafraid of death. Fight! They shouted and set up a battle array. Their aura soared and they faced death calmly. They were ready to meet Xiaoyang's attack and to die here. Chapter 8:26. A powerful aura was released from the East City, Lord and the others. Their cultivation was activated to the extreme, and their terrifying aura climbed to the extreme. At this moment, they did not hold back at all. They all knew that this was a battle of life and death, and also a battle that symbolized honor. The Star City Lord's expression was fierce, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. He knew that this battle was inevitable. He also erupted his cultivation to the extreme, and his hands formed a seal, ready to fight at any time. The bloodthirsty ice worm, the flamingo, the flying bull, and the dragon lady also felt a strong desire to fight and die at this moment. Their hearts thumped, and they barely stabilized their minds, ready to fight. There was a tiger in front of them, and behind them were jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. They were caught in the middle. Once they stopped, they would only be torn apart by the enemy. They did not want to die. Even if they died, they would struggle with all their might. Coo, coo, coo. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Roar. The 4 beasts spoke in beast language, and a powerful aura emanated from their bodies. Everyone was ready to fight. Xiaoyang was getting closer and closer to the East City Lord and the others, and his speed was getting faster and faster. When he was about 10 feet away, the East City Lord and the others could not bear the pressure exerted by Xiaoyang and suddenly shouted, "Attack!" Therefore, they used their martial arts, took out their magic treasures, and attacked Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang smiled coldly, and a mocking expression appeared in his eyes. He said, disdainfully, "You want to fight with me? You overestimate yourselves." Greater teleportation technique. He formed a seal with his fingers and used the greater teleportation technique again. The power of teleportation instantly engulfed the East City Lord and the others, and then instantly teleported them hundreds of feet behind him. "I can't be bothered with you now. Let's go." Xiaoyang did not even look back. After clearing the roadblock in front of him, he mocked them, and then continued to leave with the bloodthirsty ice worm, the flamingo, and the other companions. The East City Lord and the others were dumbfounded, and they did not understand what was happening in front of them. They were all prepared and had already activated their magic weapons, intending to fight with Xiaoyang. However, they did not expect that in the next moment their position would change. The enemy had already passed through their blockade. "This city lord, what should we do?" A consecrator of the city, Lord Mansion, widened his eyes and looked at the backs of Xiaoyang and the others as they left. He walked to the city, Lord of Dongqing City, with a helpless expression and said helplessly, "Lousy, How would this city lord know what to do? Just chase after him. Dongqing's city lord was speechless. Looking at the many supporters around him, he gloomily issued a chase order. Meanwhile, Martial Highness Yu, Martial Highness Sun, and Martial Highness Star arrived too. They immediately snapped when they saw the city, Lord of the Eastern City, and the others. Why didn't you stop them? Why did you let them go? They were really angry. Ever since Xiaoyang had caused trouble, they had not been happy. They had always thought that this was a plan that they had devised long ago and that everything was under control. However, at this moment, they realized that the plan had gone out of control from the beginning. Not only had they lost many city lords, but Xiaoyang had also taken away 4 pet beasts and even escaped all the way here. This was simply a humiliation to them, and it was also a joke to them, especially when they thought of the 3 martial arts Grandmaster Level 9 ambassadors. Their hearts ached so much that it was as if they were bleeding. The one who had snapped at the city lord of the Eastern City, and the others, was Martial Highness Yu. Martial Highness Yu's expression was gloomy and his killing intent was obvious. If the city lord of the Eastern City had let Xiaoyang and the others escape, he would not have minded killing them directly. The Sun Moon Star sect did not want such a cowardly city lord. The city lord of the Eastern City naturally felt the dissatisfaction of the 3 Wu Zun and also sensed their cold, killing intent. This caused his heart to thump and his scalp to go numb. His heart tightened and he hurriedly explained, 3 martial highnesses, it was not that I did not stop them, but that Xiaoyang used a demonic spell and actually moved us to another location. Please understand, what the city lord said is the truth. We can testify. Many martial highnesses, rogue cultivators, and city residents also spoke up. Humph! Martial Highness Yu snorted coldly. Her temperament was still cold, and she was expressionless. After hearing their explanation, she naturally understood the cause of the matter. It was no secret that Xiaoyang had learned the art of great teleportation. Let's go and chase after them. Martial Highness Yu did not blame them anymore. After giving the order, she immediately used her movement technique and chased after them. The city lord of the Eastern City and the others heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that they had dodged this hurdle. They began to chase after Xiaoyang. When they sensed the tens of thousands of sect disciples behind them, they could not help but gasp in shock. They knew that Xiaoyang was important, but they did not expect Xiaoyang to be so important. Not to mention the 3 martial highnesses. Even the disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect were sent out in large batches. It was unbelievable. Right now, there were only tens of thousands of disciples leading the charge. There would definitely be more behind. This was no different from starting a sect war. What did Xiaoyang do that made the Sun Moon Star sect mobilize so many people? After getting rid of the city, Lord of the Eastern City, and the others, Xiaoyang and the others smoothly came out of the southern city gate. Master, we have succeeded. Let's go and continue deeper into the True Path sect. Not far ahead is the True Path city. With the experts of the True Path sect guarding it, the 3 martial highnesses of the Sun Moon Star sect will definitely not dare to chase after us. This means that a sect war is about to break out. The Star City Lord's face was filled with joy as he explained proudly. Xiaoyang heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was all thanks to the Star City Lord's understanding of the situation. Otherwise, this mission would not have been easy and he might have lost his life. Star City Lord, you have done well. This golden yuan pill is for you. After consuming it, you can raise your cultivation by 1 level without any side effects. Xiaoyang took out a golden yuan pill and handed it to the Star City Lord. When the Star City Lord heard about the effects of the golden yuan pill, he smiled happily. Oh my God, he had been stuck at the 8th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm for dozens of years and had not broken through. He did not know when his opportunity would come. He did not expect Xiaoyang to reward him with a golden yuan pill and solve his problem. Thank you, Master. Master! I am afraid that I will not be able to accept such a precious pill. We can use it to bribe the city lord of the Dao City, and even the upper echelons of the True Path sect. This way, we will be relieved of the pressure. The Star City lord hurriedly explained. Although he was very tempted and wanted the golden yuan pill, he could restrain his greed and desire. He knew how to think about the big picture. He looked at the golden yuan pill and forced himself to look away. He was afraid that if he looked at it any longer, he would not be able to resist his greed. Xiaoyang was even more satisfied with the Star City lord. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, this golden yuan pill was refined by me. I have as many as you want. Just accept it." Chapter 8:27. He directly threw the golden yuan pill to the Star City lord. The Star City lord naturally did not stand on ceremony and directly reached out to take it. He expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyang and said, "Master, I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for you." He had only followed Xiaoyang for a day, and now he had such a huge gain. He, the Star City lord, could not ask for more. Perhaps he regretted in the past and felt that following Xiaoyang was too risky. But now he did not have any thoughts of regret at all. He was even more loyal to Xiaoyang. At least Xiaoyang could give him what he wanted. In this regard, it was much better than the Sun Moon Star sect. "Let's go. Let's enter the Dao City," Xiaoyang said slowly. His group also slowed down a lot because most of the pursuers behind them had stopped chasing. The three venerables also stopped. Outside the south gate of the East City, the East City lord hurriedly said to the three venerables, "Three venerables, the Dao sect's territory is in front. If we enter with such fanfare without notifying them, I'm afraid the Dao sect will misunderstand and start a war between the two sections. We will lose more than we gain." The three venerables glared at the East City lord with a gloomy expression. If the East City lord had stopped Xiaoyang in the East City, this would not have happened. How could he have let Xiaoyang escape? It was all the East City lord's fault. Useless thing. Master Yu was instantly enraged. She slapped Dongqing City lord's body and sent him flying. Puff, puff. The East City lord naturally could not withstand Wu Zun's powerful attack. He fell to the ground, and his bones almost fell apart. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Although the East City lord was not implicated in the overall situation, the three venerables were furious. If they did not vent their anger on him, who else could they vent it on? The East City lord only thought that he was unlucky. If the three venerables really thought that it was the East City lord's fault, they would have executed him long ago. How could they be merciful? "Thank you for showing mercy, venerable one." After Dongqing City lord coughed a few times, he endured the severe pain in his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly got up from the ground. He did not bother to clean up the dust on his body, and hurriedly knelt on the ground to express his gratitude to the three venerables. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect stood on the boundary stone of the two sects, waiting for the orders of the three venerables. Reverend Ri's expression was dark. "The Dao sect's territory is open, and we don't restrict the freedom of those who enter. Enter in batches. You must find Xiaoyang and take the chance to kill him. If you are not confident, report to me, and I will enter the Dao sect's territory with you." "Yes, venerable one." Among the tens of thousands of disciples, a dozen or so immediately left the main group. They dressed up as merchants and headed deeper into the Dao sect's territory before entering Dao City. After instructing the disciples, Ri Zun turned to the Dongqing City lord and said, "Dongqing City lord, I will give you a chance to atone for your crimes. Leave 8,000 sect disciples in Dongqing City, and you will be responsible for food and accommodation." "As you command." The Dongqing City lord hurriedly knelt down to receive the order. After all, tens of thousands of disciples were too large, and it was hard not to be noticed. They could only stay at the border for now. Who knows, they might come in handy. Ri Zun then looked at Yu Zun and Xing Zun, second brother, third brother. One of you stays at Dongqing City while the other returns to the sect. I will enter the Dao sect personally. This way, even if the Dao sect notices, they will have something to say. Yu Zun said, Big brother, be careful. After I return to the sect, I will immediately send out an order to inform the upper echelons of the Dao sect. This way, you can enter and leave freely without being suspected by the Dao sect. Xing Zun said, Big brother, don't worry. I will be at Dongqing City. If there are any changes, just inform me. I will bring people in to ensure your safety. This was also the reason why Ri Zun made such arrangements. Seeing that his second brother and third brother understood what he meant, Venerable Ri smiled and said, Go, I'm going too. He used his movement technique and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already tens of thousands of feet away. Among the tens of thousands of Sun Moon Star sect disciples, apart from 8,000 in Dongqing City, the remaining 2,000 entered Dao City in batches. Dao City. Xiaoyang's group had successfully entered the city. This city was similar to Dongqing City of the Sun Moon Star sect. There was not much difference in prosperity. Master, I think we should find a place to stay first. Here, the people of the Sun Moon Star sect will definitely not dare to act presumptuously. Don't even think about a large-scale attack. There might be a few small fries sneaking up on us, but it doesn't matter. I will help watch over them. Master, you must be tired after being busy for so long. Don't worry, I will not let anyone hurt you. Star City, Lord acted like a loyal lackey, sincerely persuading Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang naturally understood Star City, Lord's good intentions, and also knew that what he said made sense. No matter what, Xiaoyang was the direct disciple of the poison sect master. How could he not understand such a simple logic? He glanced at Star City Lord and said calmly, Go find an inn first. I will find you later. If you have nothing else to do, swallow a pill and refine it. Yes, master. But master, where are you going? I want to follow you, so that I can protect you. Star City, Lord spoke loyally with a sincere expression. Ever since he saw how powerful Xiaoyang was and received a reward from Xiaoyang, he had indeed become loyal to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang chuckled and waved his hand. All right, don't you see who can hurt me in Dao City? Star City Lord smiled bitterly. Xiaoyang was speaking the truth. Even in the Sun Moon Star sect, other than the 3 honorable lords who could hurt Xiaoyang, no one else was a match for Xiaoyang. Star City Lord was only an 8th level martial arts grandmaster. How could he protect Xiaoyang? It was all thanks to Xiaoyang's persistence that he was able to escape. Otherwise he, Star City Lord, would have been killed by the 3 honorable lords. Yes, master. I will cultivate diligently and protect you with my life. I will not be a burden to you. Star City Lord's expression was serious. He bowed to Xiaoyang and then turned to leave. He now needed to find a safe place to cultivate and refine the golden yuan pill to break through his cultivation. Only by increasing his fighting strength would he be qualified to follow Xiaoyang. As a servant, he should have sworn to protect his master with his life. However, at the critical moment he was saved by Xiaoyang. This was the shame of being a servant. It was fine if he could not protect his master, but he had become a burden to his master. This kind of thing could only happen once. It would definitely not happen a second time. After Star City Lord left, the bloodthirsty iceworm, flamingo, and flying ox conversed in beast language. They made squeaking sounds and looked excited. After being captured by the Sun Moon Star sect, they were irritable and unhappy. They even felt despair. Chapter 828. Who would have thought that Xiaoyang would come all the way here to save them? Now they were finally safe. The flying ox sighed with emotion. Although he was a beast, he had long gained intelligence and was no less intelligent than an adult. Dragoness, on the other hand, didn't know who Xiaoyang was. All she knew was that Xiaoyang was the master of the bloodthirsty iceworm and fiery bird from the poison sect. She blinked her pretty eyes and stole a glance at Xiaoyang. Then she quickly looked away, afraid that Xiaoyang would catch it. The bloodthirsty ice worm communicated with Xiaoyang in beast language. Master, if it wasn't for you, we would have died long ago. Those people from the Sun Moon Star sect were too cruel. They actually wanted to kill us. Damn it. Fiery Bird also grumbled. Master, when I grow up, I'll definitely destroy the Sun Moon Star sect and take revenge for this. The Flying Ox said, Xiaoyang, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come all the way here to save us. I've caused trouble for you. It felt very guilty. It had been fine in the Poison Sect's Beast Pavilion, but had insisted on going down the mountain to search for its child. Who would have thought it had caused so much trouble? The bloodthirsty ice worm and fiery bird had almost been caught in the crossfire as well. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had arrived in time. Xiaoyang chuckled as if he didn't care at all. All right, I can't blame you for what happened this time. This is a battle between sections. The Sun Moon Star sect has been harboring ill intentions for a long time. The reason why they captured you was because of me. If I really want to talk about it, it's my fault. That was the truth. The Sun Moon Star sect coveted the Poison sect's strength and feared that it would threaten their safety and status. Thus, they'd tried to weaken the Poison sect. See, they'd targeted Xiaoyang. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was an extraordinary Wuzun. That was how they'd managed to escape here. If it had been any other ordinary Wuzun, the Sun Moon Star sect would have dealt with him long ago. Hey, smelly girl, what are you still doing here? My master saved you. It's fine if you don't want to thank him. But don't tell me you still want to shamelessly stay here? After Fiery Bird complained to Xiaoyang, it immediately turned its attention to Dragon Lady. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm and the flying sky ox were also dissatisfied, and they stared at the Dragon Lady with disgust. The Dragon Lady's face immediately turned red. She snorted coldly and threw a tantrum. Tisk, who's willing to follow you guys? I'm so cute and lovable. Why would I be afraid of no one following me? Xiaoyang knew that her original intention was to follow along. After all, she had already seen Xiaoyang's strength. Along the way, Xiaoyang did not abandon her. From this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang was a trustworthy person. Xiaoyang did not expose Dragon Lady's identity. Dragon Lady was the relative of the revered beast. Xiaoyang had promised the revered beast at the Beast Forest's Three Pine Mountain that he would try his best to save Dragon Lady. Naturally, he had to keep his word. Unity is strength. There's strength in numbers. Let's not split up first, lest the Sun Moon Star sect attack us one by one. Xiaoyang explained. In reality, he was urging Dragon Lady to stay. This was to prevent her from leaving on her own for the sake of face. He still wanted the revered beast to owe him a favor. This was the reason why he didn't abandon Dragon Lady along the way. Did you guys hear that? There's strength in numbers. If you guys keep targeting me, I'll tell on you guys. Dragon Lady heard Xiaoyang's words and immediately laughed happily. She even exclaimed and jumped on the spot. Her laughter was very cute. Fiery Bird and bloodthirsty Iceworm's expressions turned ugly. Flying Ox was also depressed. They all looked at Xiaoyang. However, they knew that Xiaoyang's decision would not change, so they simply acquiesced. Smelly girl, what are you so proud of? If you follow us, you have to contribute. Otherwise, you'll be a burden. Bloodthirsty Iceworm mocked Dragon Lady as usual. Fiery Bird also echoed. Flying Ox was not to be outdone. All right, stop quarreling. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by the Sun Moon Star sect. It's rare for us to have such a short time together. Don't let it be ruined like this. Xiaoyang stopped them. Let's go to the city lord's mansion first. Xiaoyang said calmly and then walked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. As for the location of the city lord's mansion, he had already inquired about it. His divine sense could cover the entire Dao city. He could see where the city lord's mansion was at a glance. In addition, he also saw the people from the Sun Moon Star sect. However, he ignored them. Anyway, they could not cause any trouble now. In Dao City, if they caused trouble, it would be equivalent to provoking the Dao sect. The Dao sect's overall strength was ranked fourth among the top 10 sects in the lower tier. They could not be underestimated. Dao Inn. Ri was sitting on the second floor of the inn drinking tea. Not long after, a disciple of the Sun Moon Star sect ran up and walked respectfully to Ri. He said in a low voice, reporting to Ri, "Xiaoyang is planning to go to the city, Lord's mansion. I don't know what he's up to. Should we take action?" Ri slowly put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "You're not Xiaoyang's match. Don't act recklessly. This is Dao City. It's better to know your place. You may leave." "Yes, Ri." The Sun Moon Star sect disciple respectfully retreated. Ri narrowed his eyes and looked outside the window. He muttered, "Xiaoyang, I'd like to see what tricks you're up to." With that, he used his movement technique and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already at the entrance of the city, Lord's mansion. "Xiaoyang, what a coincidence!" The reason why revered Lord reappeared here was to wait for Xiaoyang. When he saw Xiaoyang walking over with 4 beasts, he smiled coldly with a mocking look in his eyes. "Ah, it's that old monster. How did he find this place? Oh no, we've been discovered. At most, we'll fight it out with this old monster." When the 4 beasts, bloodthirsty ice worm, flamingo, flying sky ox, and dragon lady saw Lord Ri, their expressions changed drastically. They had been chased by the Sun Moon Star sect before. Now that they thought about it, they were scared and had a shadow in their hearts. Xiaoyang blinked and looked at Ri with a smile that was not a smile. He said slowly, "What a coincidence." He wasn't afraid of Ri making a move. In Dao City, Ri probably didn't have the courage to do so. If Ri dared to make a move here, Xiaoyang could represent the poison sect and ally with the Dao sect. This way, the pressure on the Sun Moon Star sect would increase greatly. One had to know that the Sun Moon Star sect and the Dao sect bordered each other. There would naturally be friction and conflict on the border from time to time. "Xiaoyang, you're a smart person. You can't escape. Why don't you obediently surrender?" Revered Lord Ri spoke slowly with confidence. "You said that long ago, but you still can't do anything to me." Face slapping? Xiaoyang sneered with disdain. Chapter 829. Hearing Xiaoyang's sarcasm, Lord Ri was instantly displeased. He snorted coldly, and his expression darkened. "Xiaoyang, don't be cocky here. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Believe it or not, I'll fight you directly." Lord Ri released his battle intent and looked at Xiaoyang arrogantly. During this period of time, he had always been suppressed by Xiaoyang, which made him unhappy. Of course, he wanted to get back at him. Anyway, he had already arranged for his men. At most, he could just start a war with Dao sect. Xiaoyang did not answer Lord Ri and merely sneered. His expression was more lethal than any words. It was obvious that he looked down on Lord Ri and did not believe that Lord Ri would dare to make a move. The moment Reverend Ri caught sight of Xiaoyang's attitude, he was instantly enraged. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he unleashed his terrifying cultivation state of a martial saint and barked out at Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, you're courting death!" "All right then, your reverend shall grant your wish." His aura soared into the sky and shook the earth. Wu Zun's aura enveloped a radius of 10,000 feet, causing the people of Dao sect to panic and their hearts to sink. This was especially so for the top cultivators of Dao sect, who immediately sensed Wu Zun's existence. When they sensed Wu Zun's battle intent, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they almost fell to the ground. Everyone below Wu Zun was an ant. This was not empty talk. It was true. Jia, the door of the city, Lord's residence, opened slowly with a sound. Immediately after, a figure in white robes rushed out with a panicked expression. This person was the city Lord of Dao City. He had been paying attention to the 2 Wu Zun ever since they entered Dao City. He thought that it would be fine as long as he turned a blind eye and did not cause trouble. He did not expect the two Wu Zun to come to the door. He knew that he could not avoid it no matter what, so he hurriedly came out to mediate. No matter what, he could not let the two great Wu Zuns start a war in Dao City. Wu Zun's might and power were too terrifying. If they went all out in Dao City, they could easily wipe out the entire Dao City. Venerables, oh my, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Dao City's city, Lord shouted pitifully. After coming out of the door, he hurriedly bowed to them, afraid that they would lose control and start a fight. He was only a level 8 martial ancestor, realm, cultivator. Compared to Wu Zun, no, there was no comparison at all. In front of Wu Zun, he was like an ant. However, the Dao City Lord was a member of the Dao sect. As the saying goes, even if you don't want to give face to the monk, you have to give face to the Buddha. The Dao sect was not to be trifled with. Supremacy Xiaoyang, Supremacy Ri. I am the City Lord of Dao City. Greetings. Dao City Lord saw that the two great Wu Zun did not make a move and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that there was still hope. After introducing himself, he said, "It's rare for the two great supremacies to do me the honor. Why don't you enter the city, Lord's residence, as guests? I've already arranged for a banquet." Dao City, Lord's attitude was very humble and humble. No one could find fault with it. In addition, Xiaoyang and Supremacy Ri knew the consequences of fighting in the Dao sect. Therefore, they would not easily make a move unless they had no other choice. With the city Lord's excuse, they could take advantage of it. Xiaoyang, on account of the City Lord, I'll let you go first. Supremacy Ri's face was cold as he snorted. Then he retracted his aura and cultivation aura. He turned around and faced Dao City's City Lord with a smile. City Lord, I'll have to trouble you then. You're welcome. You're the one who brings light to my humble dwelling. Dao City Lord naturally didn't dare to be arrogant and returned the greeting humbly. The other party was a revered martial artist. The other party was being polite to him because he was humble and low-key. If he was really arrogant, the other party might just turn hostile and slap him to death. As a city lord, he had to grasp the situation well. Xiaoyang was too lazy to bother with Supremacy Ri. He cupped his fists towards Dao City Lord and said, "Greetings, I was just about to visit you." "Haha, I couldn't ask for more. Come, Wu Zun. Please come in." Dao City Lord smiled and was really excited. To be able to invite the two Wu Zun into the city Lord's residence was something to be proud of. Look at the city Lords of Sun Moon Star sect. When they saw Wu Zun, most of them were terrified and tried to protect themselves. Those who were a little arrogant were all sent to hell by Xiaoyang. Not every city lord had the virtue of Dao City Lord. Xiaoyang and Supremacy Ri were led into the city Lord's residence by the Dao City Lord. The banquet was held in the back garden. The three of them sat down and no one talked about proper matters. They just drank and ate. Apart from the Dao City Lord, who was just being polite and finding things to talk about, Xiaoyang and Supremacy Ri didn't say anything. They only replied to the Dao City Lord so that he wouldn't feel awkward. After eating and drinking, Supremacy Ri stopped being polite and said to the Dao City Lord, "City Lord, Dao Sect's Dao Sovereign should be here, right?" Although the City Lord was the City Lord and the person who controlled 1,000,000 people, in Wu Zun's eyes, he didn't have the right to negotiate at all. He was just giving Dao Sect face. Even without Supremacy Ri's reminder, the Dao City Lord had already informed Dao Sect. After all, this was Wu Zun from 2 outer sections. This wasn't a small matter and they had to pay attention to him. In the lower realm, Wu Zun's strength was at the top. He could do whatever he wanted and Dao Sect couldn't underestimate him. Dao City Lord took in a deep breath and smiled. Supremacy Ri, don't worry, Dao Sovereign will be here soon. Please wait for a moment. He also knew that he couldn't participate in negotiations at Wu Zun's level, so he took a step back. Xiaoyang squinted, and a sharp gaze appeared in his eyes, as he stared at Supremacy Ri. Since Supremacy Ri said that he wanted to find Dao Sovereign, he was obviously targeting him. He wanted to see what tricks Supremacy Ri was going to play. Xiaoyang wasn't easy to bully. What are you looking at? Xiaoyang, wait for me. Once Dao Sovereign is here, you will be in trouble. Supremacy Ri sensed Xiaoyang's animosity and scoffed coldly. He raised his head and met Xiaoyang's gaze. He was arrogant and confident. He already had a rough plan, and he was just waiting for Dao Sovereign. If the plan succeeded, he would be able to easily deal with Xiaoyang. Speak of the devil. Xiaoyang, Supremacy Ri, why didn't you inform me that you were coming to Dao sect as guests so that I could be prepared? Dao Master, who was wearing a Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk, slowly descended from the sky. He was still in the sky, but the next moment he was at the dining table in the back garden. His speed was extremely fast, like lightning. This was a show of strength. He wanted to expose some of his strength to let Xiaoyang and Supremacy Ri know how strong he was. It was a form of intimidation to prevent the two outsiders, Wu Zun, from causing trouble in Dao sect. Chapter 830. Dao Master, how have you been? Sun Sage cupped his fists at Dao Master. As a neighbor of Dao sect, Sun Sage had naturally come into contact with Dao Master many times, but it was all about the friction between the two sections. Greetings, Dao Master. Xiaoyang bowed in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Sun Sage had a plan. How could he not have a plan? Otherwise, why would he come to the city lord's residence? It's rare for the three sects to gather. Come, let's have a drink. Dao Master chuckled, like a smiling tiger, the smile on his face never disappearing. He raised a cup of wine, signaled to Xiaoyang and Sun Sage, and then drank it in one gulp. Xiaoyang and Sun Sage naturally wouldn't be rude, and also drank it in one gulp. After drinking the wine, the formalities were done, and the main character was here. It was time to get to the main topic. Sun Sage hesitated, and then said decisively, Dao Master, to tell you the truth, I entered Dao City this time because I thought Xiaoyang was a thief. This guy killed more than 10 city lords of my Sun Moonstar sect, and even enslaved more than 10 city lords of my Sun Moonstar sect. Even my 3 envoys fell in his hands. Therefore, my Sun Moonstar sect must take revenge. Dao Master narrowed his eyes slightly, looking like he was listening very seriously. He nodded to Sun Sage, indicating that he was listening and that he could continue. Seeing Dao Master's attitude, Sun Sage also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Dao Master might be on his side. He continued, Dao Master, I gave you face in your territory and didn't cause trouble here. Therefore, I hope that you can uphold justice and promote the spirit of the righteous path, and help me capture Xiaoyang, so that Xiaoyang can be executed and the world can be restored to a bright and peaceful world. His words were better than singing. He was clearly doing it for his own selfish interests, but he made it sound like he was standing on the moral high ground. Dao Master wasn't stupid, so how could he be fooled? Xiaoyang, I'm the mighty Dao Lord. I'm willing to join forces with you. Let's see where you can run to this time. Evil people like you deserve to be killed. Revered Lord Ri snorted coldly at Xiaoyang as if he had already obtained the agreement of Dao Venerable and was very confident. Dao Master shook his head. He maintained his signature smile and looked at Xiaoyang calmly. Xiaoyang naturally knew what Venerable Dao meant and was too lazy to pay attention to Venerable Ri's roar and provocation. He sneered, Venerable Ri, those who cooperate with you are all pigs. Are you calling Venerable Dao a pig? I didn't mean that. You, on the other hand, insulted the Dao Sovereign. You deserve to die. Dao Master hurriedly refuted, afraid that Dao Master would misunderstand him. Xiaoyang said coldly, Daoist primogenitor will know who is right and who is wrong. There is no need for you to confuse right and wrong here. The victims are right behind me. Can I tell them what happened to them one by one? It was a sharp rebuttal. Mother **Ker, revered son, we were captured by your Sun Moon Star sect. You wanted to use us to lure Xiaoyang and kill him. Unfortunately, you made a mistake. You went for wool and came home shorn. Tao Venerable, don't be deceived by this old monster. This old thing has bad intentions and has other intentions. We have suffered greatly. Tao Venerable, please uphold justice for us. Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Fiery Bird, Flying Bull, and Dragon Girl who were standing behind Xiaoyang, heard revered Lord Ri's slander and hurriedly refuted to prove Xiaoyang's innocence. Tao Venerable still maintained a smile and did not do anything. Seeing Tao Master looking at him, revered Lord Ri flew into a rage out of humiliation. Capturing you was an accident. How could it be as malicious as you say? You're just framing me. Besides, Xiaoyang killed so many people from the Sun Moon Star sect. No matter what mistake he made, he has already paid for it. Now, Xiaoyang should pay with his life. Xiaoyang chuckled and tapped the table with his finger. Revered Lord Ri, he said unhurriedly, don't spout nonsense. We're all Wu Zun. Who are you trying to fool? Let's talk about something more practical. Tao Venerable, the Sun Moon Star sect is powerful and often bullies the Tao sect. Now that they want to weaken the Poison sect, why don't our two sects form an alliance and help each other? Once the Sun Moon Star sect bullies the Tao sect, the Poison sect will attack from the other side. Similarly, if the Sun Moon Star sect goes to war with the Poison sect, the Tao sect will use this chance to attack the Sun Moon Star sect. This way, even if the Sun Moon Star sect is powerful, they will still have to be wary of our two sects working together. Xiaoyang put the sect's interests on the table, showing the benefits. The Tao Venerable squinted at Xiaoyang, deep in thought. He didn't make a decision. Xiaoyang continued. The Sun Moon Star sect's ambition is too great, their desires too strong. They have been causing trouble for the Tao sect, making it impossible for you to develop in peace. Now, they even want to use a knife against the Poison sect. If the Sun Moon Star sect swallows the Poison sect, the Tao sect will suffer. Tao Venerable nodded, agreeing with Xiaoyang's reasoning. The Tao sect was ranked 4th among the 10 lower stream sections. It couldn't compare to the Sun Moon Star sect in any aspect. If the Sun Moon Star sect's evil plan succeeded and they killed Xiaoyang, the Poison sect would be weakened and the Sun Moon Star sect would swallow it. The next target would be the Tao sect. Venerable Ri's heart skipped a beat at Tao Venerable's interest. Tao sect, don't let this brat spout nonsense. He's the best at talking nonsense and bewitching people. The Sun Moon Star sect can guarantee that we won't fight the Tao sect for the next 100 years. This condition moved the Tao sect even more, his eyes shining. Venerable Ri heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could win over Tao Venerable's support, Xiaoyang would die without a doubt. However, before Tao Venerable could make a decision, Xiaoyang poured cold water on him. Venerable Ri, why are you deceiving yourself here? It's not up to you to decide whether a war will break out or not. It's up to the sect's development. Once your sect grows too strong, a war will break out whether you're willing or not. Forget about this kind of verbal promise. There's a saying that goes, the tides of history and the forces of heaven are like this. It's not up to you to decide. Tao Lord immediately realized what Xiaoyang was trying to do. He looked at Xiaoyang in shock. Xiaoyang was so young, but he was already so knowledgeable. It was rare for him to be so knowledgeable. In the future, Xiaoyang would definitely become a giant. He hesitated for a moment before coming to a decision. Xiaoyang Wu Zun, my Tao sect welcomes anyone, but fighting and killing is not allowed in my territory. As long as you don't cause trouble, you can stay here for as long as you want. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was clear. He was protecting Xiaoyang. On the surface, he was warning Xiaoyang, but in reality, he was warning Venerable Ri not to fight in the Tao sect's territory. Otherwise, The Tao sect wouldn't be easy to deal with. Chapter 831. Honored Lord Ri harumphed coldly. He wasn't happy to hear the hidden meaning in Tao Sovereign's words, so he suppressed his anger. He forcefully suppressed his anger and calmly replied, Tao Sovereign, don't forget that the poison sect has already swallowed the heaven sect. There are at least 6 martial honors in the poison sect. The 6 great martial honor sects are already the strongest sect in the lower realm. If we don't weaken them, you and I will be finished sooner or later. Right now, we can only work together to stop the poison sect from swallowing and nibbling away at us. Although his words were a little exaggerated, the truth wasn't far off. The poison sect was currently digesting the celestial sect's territory and resources. Their overall strength wouldn't be able to reach first place in the short term, but they were steadily increasing. They were almost on equal footing with the Sun Moon Star sect now, which was why the Sun Moon Star sect was worried. As long as they had enough time, the poison sect could surpass them at any time. Now that they'd fallen out with Xiaoyang, the Sun Moon Star sect would be the first to suffer if the poison sect truly rose. Thus, the Sun Moon Star sect was the most anxious right now. The Tao Sovereign's eyes shrank when he heard this. He never thought that the tiny poison sect would have grown to such a level. They now had 6 martial sovereigns. Even the Tao sect would not be able to bring out such battle power. Xiaoyang could tell that Tao Sovereign was pondering and hesitating. He hurriedly said, Tao Sovereign, my poison sect has never advocated for expansion. We only teach those who don't know the difference between life and death when they come knocking on our door. Tao Sovereign, you can rest assured that we can sign a non-aggression agreement and form an alliance. This way, my poison sect will grow stronger and can even help the Tao sect develop. Of course, if Tao Sovereign plans to ally with the Sun Moon Star sect, my poison sect won't be afraid. I, Xiaoyang, am even less afraid. Xiaoyang spoke with both grace and authority. His gaze shifted to honored Lord Ri, brimming with murderous intent. It was at this moment that the city lord of Tao City came to report. He looked anxious as he said, Tao Sovereign, we've received news that the poison sect has sent 4 martial sovereigns. They've already entered the Sun Moon Star sect's territory. Based on their route and goal, they're coming for us. What? When Tao Master heard the news, he was shocked and in disbelief. One of the 4 great Wu Zun was enough to destroy a sect in the lower realm. From this, one could see how terrifying this energy was. Now that the 4 great Wu Zun were here, as well as the extraordinary Wu Zun in Xiaoyang, what was the poison sect up to? Things happened so fast that Tao Master could not make up his mind for a while. He took a deep breath and hurriedly calmed himself down. Then he brought the Tao City Lord a little further away and set up a formation that blocked the detection of divine sense. He said, Is this news true? Tao City Lord naturally didn't dare to hide anything and said solemnly, It is absolutely true. Our Tao sect has confirmed it. All right, you may leave. Prepare for battle. At the same time, use my name to notify the Tao sect and ask the other 2 Wu Zuns to come and assist. Tao Master quickly made up his mind. Setting aside whether the 4 Wu Zuns from the poison sect were friends or foes, just Xiaoyang's appearance here was enough to give him a headache. Thus, sending Wu Zuns was the right choice. After the Tao City Lord left, one of Honored Ri's direct disciples from the Sun Moon Star sect entered the city Lord's manor. He quickly found Honored Ri and reported the news. What? That's the case? The poison sect is truly audacious. Don't they know that there's a Jigo sect above them? Honored Ri couldn't believe it when he heard the news. At the same time, he felt a wave of lingering fear. His Sun Moon Star sect only had 3 great Wu Zun, but the poison sect had sent 4 of them, including Xiaoyang. This Wu Zun made 5 great Wu Zuns. What was the poison sect up to? Wasn't the situation clear enough? They were probably going to start a war with the Sun Moon Star sect. At this thought, Honored Ri's breathing quickened. His face paled and his expression was grave. Things had gotten out of hand. If he hadn't targeted Xiaoyang back then, things might not have gotten out of hand. Tao Master, you must have heard the news. The poison sect is lawless and insufferably arrogant. They directly sent 4 martial venerables here. They simply don't put the Jiguang sect in their eyes. If we don't join forces, both the Sun Moon Star sect and the Taoism sect are likely to be destroyed by the poison sect. Tao Master, there's no need to hesitate now. Let's join forces. Honored Ri hurriedly urged Tao Master. There wasn't much time left. Based on Wu Zun's speed, it wouldn't take half a day for the poison sect's 4 Wu Zuns to appear in front of them. Before the 4 Wu Zuns arrived, Xiaoyang was a ticking time bomb. Only by controlling Xiaoyang would they have the right to negotiate with the 4 Wu Zuns. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoyang, do you still have something to say? You're just toying with me, telling me to join forces while having your poison sect's Wu Zun launch a surprise attack. What's the meaning of this? Let me tell you, this Tao Master isn't easy to bully. Tao Master stood up and roared at Xiaoyang, his face full of anger. Once the 4 Wu Zuns made a move, their 2 sects would have to send out 5 or 6 martial ancestors as well. This was a matter of life and death for their sects, so they couldn't afford to ignore it. Xiaoyang blinked innocently as he digested the news in his heart. He hadn't expected the poison sect to value him so much that they'd send out the 4 Wu Zuns. If he had the help of the 4 Wu Zuns, not to mention leaving this place safely, even destroying the Sun Moon Star sect wouldn't be a problem. Xiaoyang felt much more confident at this thought. He said calmly, Tao Master, the poison sect must be worried about my safety, so they sent the 4 Wu Zuns. Our poison sect has no interest in the Tao sect, so we can still join forces. Even if we can't, I ask that the Tao sect remain neutral. Otherwise, you'll be dragged into this battle. Our poison sect has always been lenient to others, so I hope Tao Master will think twice before acting. Since the 4 Wu Zuns were already here, conflict with the Sun Moon Star sect was inevitable. Without the Tao sect as an enemy, Xiaoyang's group would have a much easier time. Tao Master panicked, afraid that Xiaoyang would scare Tao Master away. He was also afraid that Tao Master would remain neutral. Tao Master, your words can't be trusted. Don't fall for his tricks. When the Sun Moon Star sect was destroyed, your Tao sect couldn't escape either. Only by joining forces can we stop the poison sect's attack. His words were hurried, and his expression was flustered. If Tao Master remained neutral, the consequences would be unimaginable. His Sun Moon Star sect wouldn't be able to withstand the 5 Wu Zuns attacks. As long as Tao Master joined them, they would be able to form a line of defense. Chapter 832. It was hard for the Tao sect to make a choice. He naturally understood that the teeth would be cold without the lips. But once war broke out, even if the 2 sects worked together, they didn't have a 100% chance of victory. Offending the poison sect was a huge loss. And now, Xiaoyang had promised them that if they remained neutral, they might be able to avoid being implicated in the flames of war. Thinking up to here, he said calmly, Xiaoyang Wu Zun, I'll say the same thing as before. As long as they don't cause trouble in my territory, I welcome them. These words were equivalent to giving Xiaoyang and Honored Ri an explanation. When Honored Ri had tried to kill Xiaoyang, Tao Sovereign Tao had said the same thing. He wanted to protect Xiaoyang. Now that Xiaoyang had the 4 Wu Zun helping him, Tao Sovereign Tao had used these words to protect Honored Ri and the others. It could be said that Tao Sovereign Tao was in an undefeatable position and didn't participate in the battle. The only difference was that the Sun Moon Star sect would suffer heavy losses. Xiaoyang was overjoyed and broke into a radiant smile. Tao Sovereign Tao was neutral now. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the Tao sect's territory, the Tao sect had no reason to attack. Then the Sun Moon Star sect would be isolated, and they wouldn't be a match for the poison sect. Instead, it was Honored Ri who pulled a long face. Though the Dao sect was protecting him, he couldn't take away his foundation. He wanted to persuade Sovereign Dao with reason and emotion, but the latter shook his head resolutely. There was no chance for further discussion. Thus, Venerable Ri sighed and said to Dao Venerable, since you welcome those who don't cause trouble, then the disciples of my Sun Moon Star sect may enter Dao City. When the time comes, I hope you can make things convenient for us. He was looking for a way out for himself. If they lost the battle with the Poison sect, they'd have to take refuge in Dao City. If the Poison sect didn't give up, the Dao sect would also go to war. They couldn't just watch the Sun Moon Star sect be destroyed. Dao Reverend naturally understood the principle of balance. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Reverend Ri. No one can cause trouble in my Dao sect's territory. As long as they don't cause trouble here, I welcome anyone. In that case, thank you very much, Dao Master. I'll take my leave first." Venerable Ri cupped his fists and turned to leave. There was no need for him to stay any longer. He had to hurry back to deal with the sect's situation. When he passed by Xiaoyang, he snorted coldly at Xiaoyang. His expression was cold and filled with killing intent. He said viciously, "Xiaoyang, if you have the guts, then walk out of Dao City. Let's see if you'll have a good time." Humph. After saying this, Sage Ri left. Previously, he had chased Xiaoyang into Dao City. Naturally, he did not dare to kill Xiaoyang in front of the Dao sect. Now that they had to face the Poison sect's attacks, they were in a very difficult situation. Naturally, they didn't dare to fight on two fronts. All right, Sage Ri. Since you invited me sincerely, I'll walk out of Dao City with you. Are you satisfied? Xiaoyang looked at Sage Ri, who left arrogantly. His lips curled into a cold smile as he replied mockingly. Now that he knew that the four great Wu Zun had come to help him and that the Sun Moon Star sect was under great pressure, he naturally had to delay Sage Ri so that he would not have to go back to take care of things. After mocking Sage Ri, Xiaoyang turned around and cupped his fists towards Dao Master. "Sorry for the disturbance, Dao Master. I'll leave now." Dao Master naturally did not try to persuade him to stay. He also knew about the conflict between Xiaoyang and the Sun Moon Star sect. Hence, he maintained a neutral attitude and smiled at Xiaoyang. The two of them walked out of the city lord's residence. At the door, Sage Ri looked at Xiaoyang, who followed him out with a livid expression. He snorted coldly, "Xiaoyang, what is the meaning of this? Are you really going to walk out of Dao City and fight me to the death?" He was in a hurry to return to his sect and take charge of the situation, lest the four great Wu Zun of the Poison sect stir up trouble. But this Xiaoyang was also leaving Dao City. Didn't that create a difficult problem for him? Should he continue to return to his sect or fight Xiaoyang? It was all that damn Dao Master's fault for choosing to remain neutral. Otherwise, once the two sects joined forces, they could easily control Xiaoyang. At that time, they would even be able to deal with the four great Wu Zun of the Poison sect. Sage Ri was full of resentment towards Dao Master, but he didn't dare show it. After all, Dao Master was still willing to take them into the city in the end. What else can there be? Sage Ri, didn't you just provoke me to leave the city? Isn't this what you want? What? You don't look too happy. Xiaoyang mocked. He wanted to make things difficult for the other party. That's right. Look at this old thing. He was so arrogant and self-righteous just now, but now he doesn't even dare fart. If he has the skills, then go out and fight with my master. This old thing only knows how to talk. Where does he have the guts? He was still trying to provoke others just now, afraid that they wouldn't come out. Now that they've come out, he feels worse than if he ate a fly, haha. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm, flamingo, skysaur ox, and dragoness all conversed in beast language, mocking and ridiculing Sage Ri. This infuriated Sage Ri so much that the veins on his forehead bulged and his neck turned red. These damned beasts! When they were captured, their lives were in his hands. Now that they're saved, they're back to their arrogant, domineering, and unruly ways. This really pisses me off. Sage Ri spat out blood and clenched his fists. Shut up, you beasts. Come, Xiaoyang, if you have the guts, let's fight in Dao City. He shouted in rage and humiliation. His expression was vicious and his battle intent was thick. Let's go, let's leave the city. Xiaoyang raised his head slightly, revealing an arrogant look. He snorted lightly and then swaggered towards the city gate. Even the 3 Wu Zun couldn't do anything to him, so why should he be afraid of Sage Ri? Even if Sage Ri had some tricks up his sleeve, Xiaoyang could still return to Dao City. He didn't need to worry about Sage Ri causing trouble. Seeing Xiaoyang walk out of Dao City so arrogantly, Sage Ri's lungs were about to explode. His face was black and he took in deep breaths. He stared viciously at Xiaoyang, releasing thick hostility. Following this, he walked out of Dao City with a heavy heart. This damn Xiaoyang. No matter what, he had to teach him a lesson. In Dao City, he gave Dao sovereign face and didn't fight. But outside, he could attack without holding back. Master, where are you going? Are you leaving Dao City? Why didn't you bring me along? An anxious shout came from afar. Soon, that person ran over and stopped in front of Xiaoyang. It was Star City Lord. That's not right, Master. Right now, we're safe in Dao City. Once we leave Dao City, we might be attacked by the 3 martial saints and thousands of Sun Moon sect disciples. Aren't we safe and sound here? Chapter 833. Star City Lord hurriedly explained the current situation to Xiaoyang. He had gone to find a cultivation place, and with the help of the spiritual qi and convenience of the cultivation place, he had refined the golden yuan pill that Xiaoyang had given him. Now, Star City Lord's cultivation had advanced to the 9th stage of martial ancestor realm and was 1 step away from Wu Zun. He had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Xiaoyang stood still and glanced at Star City Lord. He chuckled and said, Not bad. You've advanced to the next stage. It seems that you've refined the golden yuan pill. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you'll have endless benefits. He saw through Star City Lord's cultivation at a glance. Star City Lord was pleased to be praised by his master, Xiaoyang. His expression was relaxed, and he said, embarrassedly, It's all thanks to Master's pill. Otherwise, I don't know if I'll be able to break through in this lifetime. All right, Master. Since Master is going out of the city, I must take the lead and fight in the vanguard. Star City Lord took a deep breath. He knew that Xiaoyang was determined to go out of the city, so he no longer tried to persuade him. He took the lead and opened the way for Xiaoyang. If there was any danger, he could bear it first. A lackey, a traitor. When I leave Dao City, I'll kill you first. Not far away from Star City Lord, Sun Sage snorted coldly, and his killing intent grew stronger. He felt that Star City Lord was more hateful than Xiaoyang. Star City Lord felt Wu Zun's aura and jumped in fright. His face was pale as he looked at Sun Sage, and his body trembled. Although he had advanced to the next stage, as long as he hadn't broken through to Wu Zun, he would still be an ant in front of Wu Zun. Old dog, I'm not afraid of you. Let me tell you, my master is Xiaoyang. Although Star City Lord was afraid of Wu Zun's pressure, he still mustered up the courage to refute and not embarrass Xiaoyang. You're proud of being a dog? You have a sense of honor? Oh my God, a dog will always be a dog. Killing you is easier than killing an ant. Revered son said fiercely. His cultivation fluctuated, and he almost lost control of himself and wanted to take the initiative to kill Star City. However, before he could do anything, Wu Zun's aura was released from the city, Lord Manor. It locked onto Sun Sage and warned him not to fight in Dao City. Dao City was Dao Sect's territory. Fighting in Dao City was a challenge to Dao Sect's prestige and could not be tolerated. Venerable Ri coldly snorted and could only give up. He strode towards the city gate. When Star City Lord saw this, he naturally knew that the experts of Dao City were maintaining order. He was even more pleased with himself. He sneered at revered Lord Ree and said, "How about it? Old thing, hit me if you have the guts." Haha, Star City Lord was extremely proud. Seeing revered Lord Ree so angry that his face turned ashen and he was about to vomit blood, he became even happier. "Master, this way, I'll lead the way." "Don't worry, Master. I won't let anyone hurt you unless they step over my dead body." Star City Lord watched revered Lord Ree walk away before hurrying to clear the path. Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction. The poison sect has sent 4 Wu Zun into the sun, moon, and star domain. Revered Lord Ree is planning to return to the sect and take charge of the situation, so I'll delay him and smooth things over. Star City Lord, once this matter is over, join the poison sect. I'll give you a high position then, one that won't be any lower than your position as City Lord. Many thanks, Master. This old servant will follow your arrangements. Star City Lord grew excited when he heard this, his eyes shining brightly. The poison sect was no longer the poison sect of the past. It was now a powerful sect. Once it digested the Sky Sect's resources and influence, its overall strength wouldn't be any weaker than the Sun Moon sect. Outside Dao City. When revered Lord Ree walked out of Dao City, he saw 2,000 Sun Moon sect disciples waiting for him. One of the core disciples approached him. "Revered Lord Ree, the poison sect sent 4 Wu Zun, but they didn't attack the sect. Instead, they're heading straight for Dao City. Moon Sovereign and Star Sovereign have already arranged for the sect's defenses. The 4 Wu Zun are here." Revered Lord Ree couldn't believe it. What were the 4 Wu Zun doing here? Weren't they looking for trouble with the Sun Moon sect? Or did they have other motives? Revered Lord Ree was dumbfounded. However, the fact that the 4 Wu Zun hadn't attacked the sect was a cause for celebration. "Find out what they're here for," revered Lord Ree ordered with a frown. If they didn't even know the other party's goal, how could they resist? Revered Lord Ree, the poison sect sent 4 Wu Zun. They're Scarlet Flame and the poison sect's first, second, and third sovereigns. These 4 Wu Zun are close to Xiaoyang, so they must be here for Xiaoyang. The core disciple speculated. Revered Lord Ree frowned and fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Let's go back to the sect and discuss this." He led the disciples of the various sects away from this place. "Revered Lord Ree, what should we do with them?" The core disciple asked when he saw Xiaoyang and the others leave Dao City. They'd come here to hunt down Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang had recklessly left the city. Were they going to let him go just like that? After all, Xiaoyang had killed hundreds of martial ancestors, crippled 3 envoys, and even killed and enslaved many city lords, causing the Sun Moon Star sect to suffer heavy losses. If they let Xiaoyang go just like that, wouldn't the Sun Moon Star sect lose all its dignity? Revered Lord Ree swept a glance at Xiaoyang and felt a headache coming on. How annoying! Xiaoyang had made the 4 Wu Zun move out for him. He didn't even have a better way to deal with him. Forget about them. Let's return to the sect first. Revered Lord Ree couldn't be bothered to think about it. He couldn't be held back by Xiaoyang here. Also, all the other city lords, if you see Xiaoyang, let him go. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Revered Lord Ree said disheartenedly. Xiaoyang wasn't an easy person to deal with. A mere city defense couldn't stop the great Wu Zun. Now that the Sun Moon sect had lost enough city lords and mid-level combat power, they couldn't lose any more. Yes, revered Lord Ree. The core disciples listened to the orders and sent them out one after another. Then they followed behind revered Lord Ree and led the disciples back to the Sun Moon Star sect. The Star City Lord, bloodthirsty Iceworm, and the others watched revered Lord Ree and the others leave and couldn't help but mock. "Hey, old turtle, are you going to leave just like that? Come, let's fight until dawn." Coward, coward. To think that you're the master of a sect. That's all there is to it. He wants to hunt us down with that kind of attitude? This time he'll suffer. Humph! These unpleasant words were heard by revered Lord Ree and the others. The thousands of disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect were furious. Their faces were ashen as they clenched their fists. They couldn't wait to go back and teach the Star City Lord and the others a lesson. Chapter 834. However, under Honored Sun's powerful pressure and orders, they could only swallow this humiliation and silently return to their sections. The citizens of Dao City couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the City Lord and the others humiliate Honored Sun like this. After all, Honored Sun was the great Wu Zun of the Sun Moon Star sect. He was the head of a sect and stood above tens of thousands of people. No one had ever dared to challenge his authority. Now, not only was he being challenged, but he was also unmoved. This was too strange. Master, where do we go next? Star City Lord asked Xiaoyang. He already knew that one of the poison sects for Wu Zun had arrived. From Honored Sun's expression, he could tell that the Sun Moon Star sect was in a bad situation. Thus, he couldn't be bothered with the humiliation. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. That's what the news said, but it came from their mouths. How do we know if it's true or not? It was a cultivator's instinct to be on guard. If Xiaoyang really believed this news and fell into their trap, the consequences would be severe. After some thought, Xiaoyang said to the four beasts, "Do you have any way to contact the sect? Can you confirm if the sect has sent one of the four Wuzun here?" The flying apricot chuckled. "I'll do it. I have the right to share information with the Beast Pavilion Master." Saying this, it closed its eyes and used its mind to contact the poison sect's Beast Pavilion Master. After a long time, it slowly opened its eyes, revealing shock and fear. "What's going on?" "Don't panic. This sovereign is here." Xiaoyang immediately sensed the flying apricot situation and comforted it with a frown. From the flying apricot's mood, he knew the situation was bad. The news just now was probably a trap set up by Honored Sun and the Dao sect. Fortunately, Xiaoyang was vigilant and didn't rush to follow. Although he hadn't fallen into their trap, the situation was still very delicate. It had to be known that if the Dao sect and revered Sun joined forces, it meant that the two major sects were in an alliance. Then the situation of Xiaoyang and the others would be terrible. After the flying ox heard Xiaoyang's consolation, it slowly regained its composure and said, "It's like this. The sect has indeed sent out the four Wuzun, but their speed isn't as fast as they said. According to the distance and speed, it will take at least a day and night for the four Wuzun to arrive here." "I see." Xiaoyang immediately felt relieved. He knew that this matter was not simple. It must be that Honored Lord Sun couldn't take him down and saw that the poison sect was about to save him, so he lied and tricked Xiaoyang into leaving the city. If it were him, he would have adopted the same strategy. Once Wu Zun arrived, the Sun Moon Star sect wouldn't be able to resist at all. Therefore, he had to take down Xiaoyang before the four great Wu Zun arrived. Only then would he have the qualifications to negotiate with the four great Wu Zun. There was no way Xiaoyang would fall for such a small trick. "Come, let's enter the city." Xiaoyang spoke decisively and hurriedly turned to enter Dao City. One had to admit that Honored Lord Sun had been patient enough and his schemes were outstanding. If not for Xiaoyang's strong vigilance, he would have fallen for the trap long ago. The Star City Lord, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, and Flamingo also knew that things weren't looking good. They cursed Honored Lord Sun's shamelessness and followed Xiaoyang into the city. Although Honored Lord Dao and Honored Lord Sun had teamed up, this was only the beginning. Their cooperation couldn't be that close. At most, it was a superficial alliance. Once they entered Dao City, Honored Lord Dao wouldn't act rashly. For now, the Dao sect hadn't done anything overboard. The Sun Moon Star sect was the first to bear the brunt of the poison sect's wrath. Honored Lord Dao wasn't foolish enough to start a war with Xiaoyang first. He had teamed up with Honored Lord Sun to trick Xiaoyang into leaving the city. But that was the limit of what he could do right now. He wouldn't offend Xiaoyang any further. Otherwise, Honored Lord Sun might divert the trouble away. Honored Lord Dao wasn't an idiot and wouldn't fall for such a trick. Dao City's city, Lord Manor. Honored Lord Dao was still sitting in the pavilion, leisurely sipping his tea with a different flavor. He was just a bystander to the matter between Xiaoyang and Honored Lord Sunday. At most, he'd tricked Xiaoyang a little. If Xiaoyang was smart enough, he wouldn't have fallen for the trap. If he wasn't, then he deserved to die. Honored Lord Sun. This is the limit of what this honored lord can do. As for whether your scheme succeeded or not, this honored lord has already done his best. Honored Lord Dao muttered to himself. The reason why he was willing to help Rei Zun was naturally because he was not willing to watch the Sun Moon Star sect be destroyed. However, he didn't want to provoke the poison sect either. That was why he lied. Not long after, the city lord of Dao City came in with a serious expression. He walked in front of Dao Master and said seriously, "Dao Master, Xiaoyang didn't fall for the trap. He didn't go deep into East City. Instead, he returned to Dao City." When Dao Master heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he chuckled. "It looks like this Xiaoyang has some skills. The Sun Moon Star sect is finished." Honored Lord Dao muttered to himself. According to Honored Lord Dao and Honored Lord Sun, once Xiaoyang knew that Wu Zun of the Poison Sect was coming, Xiaoyang would be thrilled to meet him. Once Xiaoyang entered the Eastern City, it would be the day of his death. Honored Lord Sun, the city lord, and the others had already set up a sure kill trap in the Eastern City with the full power of the sect. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang wasn't an impulsive person and didn't fall for the trap. Frowning, Honored Lord Dao pondered for a moment. "I've already helped the Sun Moon Star sect once and offended Xiaoyang. I can't offend Xiaoyang any further. Since Xiaoyang wants to enter the city, let him in. Tell the outside world that we welcome guests who don't cause trouble." This implied that they were willing to protect the Sun Moon Star sect. "Yes, Honored Lord Dao." The Dao City's city lord acknowledged and retreated. Once he was gone, Honored Lord Dao murmured, "What an eventful day." At the inn, Xiaoyang, the Star City's city lord, and the four beasts had already entered a side room to rest. Long Nu frowned and asked, "Logically speaking, this Dao Venerable has already joined forces with Sun Venerable. So why did he let us enter the city? Won't they attack us inside the city?" The Star City's city lord glanced at Xiaoyang and chuckled. The Dao sect and the Sun Moon Star sect are closely related. If the Sun Moon Star sect is destroyed, the Dao sect will be affected as well. That's why Honored Lord Dao was forced to join forces with Honored Lord Sunday. However, Honored Lord Dao doesn't want to offend the poison sect, so he maintained a neutral stance on the surface and allowed anyone who doesn't cause trouble to enter the city. This means that if the Sun Moon Star sect is defeated, they'll protect the Sun Moon Star sect members who enter Dao City. That's why Honored Lord Dao won't attack us, even if he allows us to enter the city. Otherwise, his neutral stance would be a lie. If the poison sect takes advantage of this loophole, they'll definitely attack the Dao sect. The Dao sect naturally won't make such a low-level mistake. Chapter 835. The Star City Lord saw everything clearly. Dragoness, bloodthirsty iceworm, flying ox, and fiery bird were relieved after hearing this. Humans' emotions and thoughts were indeed complicated and not pure at all. "Go rest, let's recharge our energy," Xiaoyang ordered after seeing that they had eaten their fill. "By the way, Star City Lord, where is the cultivation place you found earlier? I want to go there and cultivate." Xiaoyang asked. "Master, it's 500 meters ahead. This old servant will take you there." That cultivation place is operated by the city Lord Mansion. As long as you pay enough spirit stones, you can enter. Cultivating inside is twice as fast as outside. The Star City Lord hurriedly expressed his loyalty. I'll go too. I'll go too. Fiery Bird, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Dragoness, and Flying Ox also hurriedly spoke. They felt that sleeping and resting was boring and boring. On the contrary, they were extremely interested in going out. Let's go, then let's go together. You guys can also cultivate. Xiao Yang got up and led them out of the inn, heading towards the cultivation place. Then he ordered Flying Ox, contact the Beast Pavilion Master a few more times to know the progress of the 4 great Wu Zun. Flying Ox hurriedly complied. After walking for a while, they arrived at the cultivation place called the Spiritual Qi Building. The Star City Lord tactfully went up and said, "We're here to cultivate. Here are the spirit stones. Please count them." The staff of the Spiritual Qi Building glanced at Xiao Yang and the others, then counted the spirit stones and recorded it in the account book. He asked, "State your name." "Xiao Yang." Xiao Yang calmly said. Hearing this name, the staff member was stunned. He took a few more glances at Xiao Yang and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He hurriedly revealed a smile on his face, no longer the cold and indifferent look from before. "So it's Senior Xiao Yang. Please come in, please come in." Just now, the City Lord's Mansion sent an order saying that all of Senior Xiao Yang's expenses will be borne by the City Lord's Mansion, so you can choose any training room you want. He even walked out of the counter and came in front of Xiao Yang, bowing his head and inviting him. In addition to the order of the City Lord Mansion, there was also the matter of Xiao Yang and his party insulting and provoking reason outside Dao City. Just this courage alone was enough to earn his respect. Not just anyone would have the guts to insult Venerable Sunday. Anyone who dared to provoke Venerable Sun wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, Xiao Yang became a special existence. "So the City Lord is taking care of us." Dragoness chuckled happily. Star City Lord explained they offended Master before and wanted to scheme against Master. Now that they want Master to let go of the past, they naturally have to show goodwill. The Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Flamingo, and Flying Ox nodded their heads, thinking that Star City Lord's words made sense. Xiao Yang and the others entered the cultivation rooms of their choice and began cultivating. It would take 1 day and 1 night for the Poison Sect's 4 great masters, Wu Zun, to arrive. Thus, they set their cultivation time to 1 day and 1 night, planning to wait here. Sun Moon Star Sect, East City, City Lord Mansion. Venerable Sun and the others, who'd caused a huge commotion and declared that they'd leave the East City and return to their sect, were all here. They'd endured the humiliation and mockery in order to make Xiao Yang think they'd left the East City. Then Xiao Yang would carelessly enter the city so they could kill him in 1 blow. However, they hadn't expected that Xiao Yang wouldn't fall for it. This made their efforts go to waste. At this moment, the East City Lord was standing respectfully in front of Venerable Sunday. After reporting, he didn't say a word, but his expression was ugly. What? That bastard Xiao Yang went back to Dao City? Venerable Sun couldn't believe his eyes. He'd set up such a perfect trap, but that damned Xiao Yang hadn't fallen for it. How infuriating! He'd sold the Dao sovereign a favor and had him help him. Then he'd set up many assassination methods in the East City, all to target Xiao Yang. He'd also suffered a great deal of humiliation and mockery, but that damned Xiao Yang still hadn't fallen for it. Humph! Venerable Sun snorted and slammed his hand on the table. The teacup shattered with a loud crack. His chest heaved in anger, his face red and his neck thick. It wasn't easy to owe the Dao sovereign a favor. When the time came, who knew what kind of harsh demands the sovereign would make? Not to mention, he was the mighty Wu Zun, the head of a sect. Now that he'd been insulted like this, his reputation had plummeted to rock bottom. He'd sacrificed so much, but it was all for naught. Damn it, He cursed fiercely. He was in a bad mood and didn't like anything he saw. Seeing that Dongqing City Lord was still standing there, he directly slapped him and sent Dongqing City Lord flying. Hurry and contact the Dao Sovereign and have him drive him out of Dao City. What are you waiting for? Venerable Sun roared viciously. He had no other choice but to treat a live horse as a dead horse. He knew the Dao Sovereign wouldn't hand him over directly, but he had to try. What if he agreed? Yes, I'll go right away. Dongqing City Lord responded and hurriedly left with his tail between his legs. He knew meeting Venerable Sun wouldn't end well and had mentally prepared himself. We have to take down Xiaoyang before the 4 great Wu Zun of the poison sect arrive. Otherwise, the Sun-Moon Star sect may be destroyed. Venerable Sun spoke solemnly to the others, his expression serious and grave. Yes, Venerable Sunday, we can only assassinate him now. I hope the Dao Sovereign can turn a blind eye. A true disciple of the Sun-Moon sect said with a frown. He didn't have much confidence in his words. Xiaoyang was the great Wu Zun and had learned the 3rd level of greater teleportation. Even Wu Zun might not be able to kill him, let alone others. Forget it. I'll leave this matter to you. Do as you see fit. I'm going back to the sect. Venerable Sun's brows were tightly knitted together. His mind was in a mess and his face was full of worry. Xiaoyang was too difficult to deal with. None of his methods were effective. He no longer had any confidence in capturing Xiaoyang. He had to make other plans. He had to go to the Jigo sect and ask for help. This matter had to be done as quickly as possible. Otherwise, by the time he asked for help, the matter would have already ended and there would be no way to reverse the situation. Xiaoyang and the others were cultivating in peace. The spiritual qi pavilion was indeed worthy of its name. The spiritual qi inside was several times denser than outside, especially the number 1 training room. It was the most suitable for a martial revered, like Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang used to rely on poison to raise his cultivation. This was related to his poison constitution. If he came into contact with spiritual energy, his cultivation would drop. However, after opening up his poison veins, he could use them to convert spiritual energy into poison gas and slowly raise his cultivation. Chapter 836. Although Dao City was very safe, he didn't let his guard down completely. He kept a 1/3 of his consciousness outside, constantly observing the situation. He saw the city lord enter the city lord's manor to discuss matters with venerated Dao. He hoped that venerated Dao could hand over Xiaoyang, but venerated Dao refused. The city lord left dejectedly. He also saw venerated Sun's true disciple lead several assassins into Dao City, then infiltrate the Spirit Qi Pavilion, preparing to assassinate Xiaoyang's group. But before they could get close to Xiaoyang's group, the Spirit Qi Pavilion's experts secretly eliminated them. Xiaoyang knew that venerated Dao and Dao City's city lord were behind this. This was an explanation for Xiaoyang. After all, they'd colluded with venerated Sun to deceive Xiaoyang. They also knew that Xiaoyang must have seen it all. Xiaoyang blinked, his lips curling into a faint smile. This venerated Dao is interesting, he murmured. Given venerated Dao's principles today, once Wu Zun of the poison sect arrived, Xiaoyang would have no reason to cause trouble for him. After letting go of this knot in his heart, Xiaoyang slowly closed his eyes and sank back into cultivation. The Spirit Qi Pavilion was a great place to cultivate, especially in the number 1 cave abode. Xiaoyang had only cultivated for half a day, but he could clearly feel the increase in his strength. The bloodthirsty iceworm, Skysaur Ox, Flamingo, Dragoness, and Star City's city lord would benefit even more. Dao City's city lord's manor. After finishing his business, the city lord went to report to venerated Dao. Seeing that venerated Dao had no intention of speaking, the city lord asked, "Venerated Dao, will we be able to obtain Senior Xiaoyang's forgiveness by doing this?" Venerated Dao didn't comment. The city lord frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly said, Xiaoyang isn't a petty person. I'm afraid he's already forgiven us. But how should we explain things to the Sun-Moon sect? Explain? That won't happen. Dao Master sneered, and his eyes lit up. At this moment, the Sun-Moon Star sect was probably so busy that they couldn't even protect themselves. How could they have the energy to pursue the Dao sect? Instead, it was very likely that they would ask the Dao Sovereign for help. Don't worry. When the time comes, the Sun-Moon Star sect will beg us to take them in. Taoist Venerable calmly instructed. He was thinking if the Sun-Moon Star sect asked to be taken in, would he be able to reap great benefits from it? Or would he be able to incorporate the Sun-Moon Star sect? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin. He closed his eyes and began to deduce the possibilities of this plan. Sun-Moon Star sect, main hall. Venerable Sun, Venerable Moon, Venerable Star, and all the pavilion masters gathered together. Immediately, a pavilion master stood up and reported, Supremacy, Dao City is not cooperating with us and has rejected our request. They will not hand over Xiaoyang. Furthermore, the assassins we sent out were all killed by the Dao sect's experts. According to our spies, the Dao sect is trying to get on Xiaoyang's good side. This isn't good for us. Venerable Moon, Venerable Star, the pavilion masters, and the senior managers all frowned when they heard the report, their expressions grave. The poison sect was already hard enough to deal with. If the Dao sect showed goodwill to Xiaoyang, it was very likely that the Sun-Moon Star sect would be attacked from both sides. Venerable Sun chuckled and calmed everyone down. Don't worry, I've already discussed this with the Dao Sovereign. Once the Sun-Moon Star sect is defeated, we can enter Dao City to hide from our enemies. The Dao sect will remain neutral, and the flames of war won't affect us, unless the poison sect also plans to fight the Dao sect. If that happens, then the Sun-Moon Star sect can ally with the Dao sect. If the poison sect doesn't have the courage to fight the Dao sect, then we'll be safe in Dao City. With this path of retreat, everyone can fight in peace. Hearing this, the dozens of managers in the main hall heaved sighs of relief. They'd also been afraid that the Sun-Moon Star sect would be destroyed because of this. Venerable Moon smiled faintly and looked around at the managers. Everyone, the poison sect won't be arrogant for long. We've already notified the Jigo sect. The Jigo sect will definitely send a powerhouse to help us. Everyone present burst into laughter. The 10 great sects of the lower flow realm might seem impressive and awe-inspiring, ruling over hundreds and thousands of cities, but they were all under the Jigo sect's control. Once the Jigo sect interfered, any sect would have to lower their heads and compromise. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Venerable Star asked, All right, tell me, where's Wu Zun of the poison sect? A pavilion master in charge of intelligence calmly walked forward and said, Venerable Star, there's still one night before they reach Dao City and East City. Are you sure they're heading for Dao City and East City? Venerable Star asked with a frown. I'm sure, Venerable Star. They're here for Xiaoyang. The intelligence pavilion master nodded solemnly. Everyone began to discuss in low voices, making a racket in the main hall. Venerable Sun said calmly, silence. Everyone in the hall quieted down. Then Venerable Sun said, We'll make 2 preparations. One, strengthen the East City's trump card, and the other, strengthen the sect's defenses. Also, keep an eye on the poison sect's 4 martial ancestors. Everyone obeyed and left. Venerable Sun's arrangements were necessary. If they couldn't make peace in Dao City and East City, they'd fight there. If they lost there, they'd retreat to the sect. They'd never abandon the sect and flee to Dao City and Dao sect until the very last moment. Poison sect, sect head peak. Lan Jiaoya and Gu Qianshan had long finished cultivating and refined the golden origin pills Xiaoyang had given them. Their cultivations had risen by a level. When they woke up and wanted to look for Xiaoyang, they realized that Xiaoyang was no longer in the sect master's peak. The 2 women couldn't help but grumble and grumble. Their beautiful eyes were filled with resentment, and they even went to complain to the sect head and his wife. The sect head's wife, Ling Long, burst into laughter. As a woman herself, she naturally understood the two women's thoughts. She consoled them and calmed them down a little. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaye didn't leave the sect leader's peak. Instead, they waited there for Xiao Yang's return. However, after waiting for several days, there was still no news of Xiao Yang. Impatient, they walked down the sect leader's peak. When they were about to leave the sect master's peak, they activated a teleportation array. It was the transmission formation Xiao Yang had set up at the last minute. It was a one-time use formation, mainly used to transmit messages. Thus, the two women received the jade slip Xiao Yang had left behind. They glanced at it and knew where Xiao Yang had gone. He'd gone to look for a pet beast and hadn't brought them along. This made them grumble angrily. Then they went to complain to the sect head's wife, Ling Long, about Xiao Yang's location. Chapter 837. The sect master's wife, Ling Long, and the sect master were also annoyed by the two women, so they had no choice but to find the Beast Pavilion Master so that he could contact the Flying Bull and confirm Xiao Yang's location. It would have been fine if they didn't contact him, but after contacting him, the Beast Pavilion Master's expression changed drastically. His face was filled with panic, and fear appeared in his eyes. The sect master and the others immediately noticed this. Beast Pavilion Master, what's going on? What do you know? Why are you so panicked? The Beast Pavilion Master let out a sorrowful sigh as a trace of self-blame and regret appeared on his face. He said, "When I met Xiao Yang at the entrance of the sect, I didn't tell him the whereabouts of the Flying Heavenly Bull because I couldn't contact the Flying Heavenly Bull at that time. I didn't know where it was, so Xiao Yang went down the mountain to look for it. It's all my fault. I should have stopped Xiao Yang," the Beast Pavilion Master lamented. The sect master and the others were all confused. It was fine that they couldn't stop him. Even if Xiao Yang went to look for a pet beast, he wouldn't have encountered any danger. Wu Zun was almost invincible in the lower tier. However, the Beast Pavilion Master's expression didn't seem to be the case. "What's going on, Beast Pavilion Master? Explain it clearly." The Poison Sect Master frowned and asked seriously. Ling Long, Gu Qianqian, and Lan Jiaye also stared at the Beast Pavilion Master. The Beast Pavilion Master took a deep breath to calm himself down and calmly said, "According to the information I obtained from the Flying Bull, Bloodthirsty Ice Silkworm, and Fiery Bird went to the Beast Forest's 3 Pine Mountain and had a conflict with the Dragon Lady, the relative of the Beast Lord." "What? They went to the Beast Tribe's territory?" The Poison Sect Master frowned with a grave expression. Ever since they came to an agreement in Chaos City, the Demon Lord, Beast Lord, and Lord Een had temporarily stabilized and didn't start a war with the humans. Now that the Flying Bull and Fiery Bird went to the 3 Pine Mountain of the Beast Forest, didn't that mean Xiao Yang also went to the 3 Pine Mountain? As far as they knew, the Beast Forest forbade all strangers from entering unless they had their permission. Otherwise, they would kill anyone who entered. In that case, wouldn't Xiao Yang and the others be doomed? At the thought of this, the Grandmaster and Ling Long were getting anxious. Gu Qianqian, Lan Jiaye's face was pale. She thought of the terrifying consequences. "No, I have to go to the beast territory and look for the sovereign beast. I have to bring Xiao Yang back, no matter what," the clan leader said firmly. His expression was resolute and there was no room for doubt. The couple had long treated Xiao Yang as their own son. They had invested a lot of effort in Xiao Yang and entrusted their feelings to him. No matter what, he would not allow Xiao Yang to die in the Beast Forest. "Husband, you should leave early and come back early. I'm still here to oversee the Poison Sect." Ling Long also said firmly. Her love for Xiao Yang was unparalleled. Now that she heard that Xiao Yang was in danger, she naturally couldn't let go of her worries. "We'll go too. Even if we die, we'll die together with Big Brother Xiao Yang." Lan Jiaye and Gu Qianqian hurriedly expressed their opinions. After spending so much time with Xiaoyang, their hearts had long been set on him. The Beast Pavilion master sighed and said, "Wait." He stopped the clan leader and continued, "I'm not done yet. Don't be in such a hurry." Xiaoyang did go to Mount Sansong, but he walked out safely. What? He walked out of the beast forest? That brat has guts. As expected of my disciple. The clan leader was delighted to hear this. After all, the beast forest was an extremely dangerous place. Even he wasn't confident that he could walk out alive. Who would have thought that Xiaoyang would do it? Since that brat Xiaoyang is safe and sound, does that mean he brought his pet beast back to the sect? When he comes back, I'll teach him a lesson. That way, he won't run around recklessly and cause us to worry. The clan leader said cheerfully. Ling Long laughed along with him. Gu Qianqian and Lan Jiaoye also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good to know that Xiaoyang was safe and sound. The Beast Pavilion Master was instantly speechless. He looked at them with a gloomy expression. He hadn't even finished speaking yet, and they were already imagining things. Seriously, couldn't they let him finish speaking first? Why did they have to interrupt? Couldn't they be a little more polite? If things were so simple, why was his first reaction so fearful and worried? Everyone noticed the change in the Beast Pavilion head's mood. The clan leader raised his eyebrows and asked sternly, "Beast Pavilion head, why do you look so unhappy?" The Beast Pavilion master frowned and sighed again. "Sect master, when Xiaoyang left the beast forest's Three-Pine Mountain, he didn't find any pet beasts because the flamingo, bloodthirsty ice silkworm, Flying Sky Bull, and Dragon Lady were all captured by the Sun Moon Star Sect's 3 sect ambassadors." What? That be *starred Sun Moon Star Sect. How dare they do such a thing behind our backs? I won't let them go. I've been guarding the border and risking my life. How dare they try to kill us behind our backs? Do they think I'm a pushover? When the Poison Sect master heard the news, she flew into a rage. Veins popped out on her forehead. Her face flushed red, and her killing intent surged. She wanted nothing more than to rush to the Sun Moon Star Sect and kill them all. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian also pouted angrily. They felt that the Sun Moon Star Sect was despicable. Ling Long also frowned. A cold light flashed across her eyes. "Beast Pavilion head, just tell me where Xiaoyang is right now. It's fine as long as he's safe." The clan leader went straight to the point. He didn't want to be shocked by the Beast Pavilion head. Everyone's gaze fell on the Beast Pavilion head again. The Beast Pavilion head said slowly, according to my communication with the Flying Bull, "Xiaoyang is currently hiding in the Dao city of the Dao sect." Xiaoyang killed his way to the Sun Moon Star sect alone. He killed 3 envoys of the Sun Moon Star sect, hundreds of martial ancestors, and more than 10 city lords. In addition, more than 10 city lords have been enslaved by Xiaoyang. His pet beasts have also been rescued by Xiaoyang. They are currently in the Dao city of the Dao sect. Good. Good job. When the clan leader heard the news, he was instantly excited. The D*MN Sun Moon Star sect should get rid of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to spell the word death. Xiaoyang's actions were praiseworthy and domineering. He deserved to be admired. Lan Jiaoye and Gu Qianqian's eyes lit up. They smiled. Without a doubt, Xiaoyang's actions were very manly. Ling Long's eyes were also filled with admiration. She was extremely satisfied with Xiaoyang. She didn't dote on him for nothing. After the clan leader calmed down, he began to think about the future arrangements. Soon he came to a decision. He immediately sent out the clan leader's order. The 4 Wu Zun were to head to the Dao city of the Dao sect to bring Xiaoyang back. Wu Zun alone was enough to be invincible in the lower realm, let alone the 4 Wu Zun. No sect would dare to court death. Chapter 838. The 4 Wu Zun sent out this time were naturally the Head Exalt, Second Exalt, Third Exalt, and Scarlet Flame. At the Poison Sect's headquarters, Wu Zun, Ling Long, and Wu Zun were overseeing things. Right now, the poison sect could be considered strong and powerful. They had 7 martial sovereigns, so they could send out powerful forces as they pleased. Night fell. An entire day had passed since the 4 Wuzun had set out. In the main hall, the Pill Pavilion, Beast Pavilion, Sect Master, Linglong, and the rest of the upper echelons were all gathered together. They were waiting for news from the front lines. The Pill Pavilion, Thunder Pavilion, Buddha Pavilion, and the rest of the 9 pavilion lords couldn't sit still. When they learned that Xiaoyang was in danger, they were all furious and wanted nothing more than to stand up for Xiaoyang. Only when they learned of the sect master's arrangements did they calm down. Even though it was already night, they didn't leave. Instead, they silently waited for Xiaoyang's news. The Beast Pavilion could contact the Skysoar Bull to share information. Meanwhile, the Weapon Refining Pavilion could contact Scarlet Flame's Sky Grade Battle Axe to determine their progress at any time. Then he could exchange information with the Beast Pavilion. This way, Xiaoyang would know the location of the poison sect's 4 Wuzun's movements at any time. Dawn, the Dao sect's Dao city. Xiaoyang finished cultivating. He opened his eyes and walked out of his cave. His cultivation had improved quite a bit. When he released his consciousness, he could already sense the 4 familiar auras at the entrance of the Spirit Chi Pavilion. His expression grew excited, knowing that Scarlet Flame and the others had arrived. Master. The Star City Lord also walked out of his cultivation cave and respectfully greeted Xiaoyang when he arrived in front of Xiaoyang. Soon after, the Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Dragon Lady, Flying Bull, and Fiery Bird also walked out and arrived in front of Xiaoyang. They chattered happily. After a day and night of cultivation, they'd absorbed enough spirit energy to break through to the next level. Come, I'll take you to the Sun Moon Star sect. Xiaoyang was full of pride. The group walked out of the Spiritual Chi Pavilion. The clerk who kept the accounts came forward with a smile. He handed the spirit stones to Star City Lord and explained, Star City Lord, these are the spirit stones you paid for your personal cultivation. Our City Lord said that you are all the City Lord's distinguished guests. All your expenses in the city will be deducted from the City Lord's mansion. Here, I'll return these to you. Star City Lord glanced at him and hesitated for a moment before taking back the spirit stones. It should be noted that the Spiritual Chi Pavilion was very expensive. Even the Star City Lord had spent tens of thousands of spiritual stones to come here, which was his hard-earned savings. This is a reward for my master. The Star City Lord said slowly as he took out a few spirit stones and handed them to the other party. Thank you, Star City Lord. Thank you, Senior Xiaoyang. After thanking him, the bookkeeper hurriedly left. Xiaoyang's group walked out of the Spiritual Chi Pavilion. When they reached the entrance, 3 people immediately saluted Xiaoyang. They were the head Venerable Lord, the second Venerable Lord, and the third Venerable Lord. My Lord. Xiaoyang nodded to them and said, Thank you for your hard work. To serve my Lord, we will do anything. The 3 of them looked excited. Ever since they gave their soul blood to Xiaoyang, they were loyal to Xiaoyang and no longer had any thoughts of rebellion. Xiaoyang, martial uncle. Xiaoyang and Qi Yan smiled and hugged each other. The 2 had a good relationship. The last time they went to the Sky Sect to rescue Linglong, the 2 of them worked together. Not bad, boy. You actually made such a big thing without anyone noticing and came here from the Beast Forest. Qi Yan teased Xiaoyang. Those who could walk out of the Beast Forest were not ordinary people. This is Long Nu? Qi Yan's gaze fell on Long Nu. He saw that Long Nu had 2 dragon horns on her head, but they were covered by Long Nu-esque curly braids. Yes, martial uncle, Xiaoyang replied and then continued to explain. It was because of her that Sovereign Beast didn't make a move. Well, it's good that you're fine. We'll listen to you from now on. Qi Yan patted his chest and said straightforwardly, the 4 of them, plus Xiaoyang, made a total of 5 Wuzun. This terrifying energy was enough to destroy the 2 major sections. Xiaoyang was about to issue the mission when a Wu Zun in a Taoist robe came over with his followers. Wu Zun was Dao sovereign, and his followers were the city, lord of Dao City, and the others. Haha, Xiaoyang, congratulations on your cultivation progress. Are these your friends? As long as they are your friends, all expenses in Dao City will be on me. How about it? Come to my place for a drink first? Oh, by the way, I came this time because I have a gift for you. I like you, and we hit it off, so I want to get to know you. I hope you don't mind. Dao Sovereign smiled and expressed his goodwill to Xiaoyang. Then he signaled to the city, lord of Dao City. The city, lord of Dao City, hurried over respectfully, holding a magic treasure with both hands, and handed it to Xiaoyang. Everyone's eyes fell on the magic treasure. Star City Lord was the first to gasp, his face full of shock. What? This is a quasi-heaven level magic treasure, Mountain River Ring. Hearing Star City Lord's exclamation, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Long Nu, and the others also widened their eyes. Qi Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Dao Sovereign with a smile. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. The third supremacy, second supremacy, and great supremacy were indifferent. They were silent, quietly waiting for Xiaoyang. In fact, they were also shocked. After all, quasi-heaven level magic treasures were very rare. But they knew that no matter what kind of treasure it was, it had nothing to do with them. So it was useless no matter how tempted they were. They might as well not be bored. Dao Sovereign, I accept your goodwill, but I'll tell you this. As long as you don't interfere with the Sun, Moon, Star sex matters, your Dao sect will always be my poison sex friend. Of course, you can maintain your neutrality. For example, you can welcome guests who don't cause trouble. If anyone from the Sun, Moon, Star sect enters your place, we won't pursue the matter. What do you think? Xiaoyang asked. They wouldn't show goodwill for no reason. As the saying goes, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Dao Master let out a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang, for your generosity. I'm relieved. He knew that the matter of teaming up to trick Xiaoyang was over. After handing the magic treasure to Xiaoyang, he left with Dao City's city, Lord, and the others. When they returned to the city, Lord's manor, Dao City's city, Lord was puzzled. Dao Sovereign, why did we give him a quasi-heaven level magic treasure? Our sect doesn't have that many. It feels like a loss. Logically speaking, a mere city, Lord didn't have the right to speak to Dao Sovereign. But now was a critical time. Many Wu Zun had appeared in Dao City, so the city Lord needed to know the situation and gather information. Dao Sovereign smiled. This is a matter of foresight. A quasi-heaven level magic treasure is valuable, but his promise is even more valuable. Chapter 839. Once the people of the Sun, Moon, Star sect join us, we might even be able to get a heaven-grade Dharma treasure, not to mention other benefits. After the Dao City's city Lord was enlightened, he immediately came to a realization and chuckled. Dao Master is wise. He left respectfully. The Star City Lord looked at the heaven-grade Dharma treasure, Mountain River Ring, in front of him. He really wanted this Dharma treasure, but he didn't dare to be too obvious. He was just a servant that Xiaoyang casually took in. He didn't have the right to covet his master's belongings. Xiaoyang ignored his great desire. Instead, he looked at the great exalted Lord and said calmly, Great exalted Lord, I'll give this Dharma treasure to you. As for the rest of you, follow me to the Sun, Moon, Star sect. The great exalted Lord was a little shocked. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to make such a decision. He didn't have any hope for this Dharma treasure. Thank you, Lord. His expression was full of gratitude. He hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Although the others didn't get the Dharma treasure, they all smiled excitedly after hearing Xiaoyang's order. They hurriedly replied, yes. They all knew that they were going to do something big next. That was to go to the Sun Moon Star sect and cause trouble. Now they had 5 Wuzun. How could the Sun Moon Star sect resist them? So what if they asked the people of the Jigo sect? Xiao Yang didn't want to kill them all. He just wanted to seek justice. That was why Xiao Yang promised Dao Master. As long as the Sun Moon Star sect gave up their territory, Xiao Yang wouldn't pursue the matter. After the group left Dao City, they headed toward the East City. On the city wall, the Dao City Lord looked at the backs of Xiao Yang and the others and muttered, "The wind is blowing." He knew that the Sun Moon Star sect was in big trouble. The Sun Moon Star sect was too much. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke Xiao Yang. Why? East City. On top of the city wall, the East City castellan watched as Xiao Yang and the others approached. His face paled, and he hurriedly shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Thus, Dao City rang the war bell. Thud, 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 thud. Following that, the city protecting array formation was activated. At the same time, many of the cultivators in the city were organized to form lines of defense, ready to stop Xiao Yang and the others. The East City Lord immediately sent the news to the sect so that the sect would know the situation here and send reinforcements. Actually, Supremacy Sun, Supremacy Moon, Supremacy Star, and tens of thousands of sect disciples were already on their way. When Qi Yan, Great Senior Lord, Second Senior Lord, Third Senior Lord, and the others appeared in Dao City, they knew that things were going to get tricky. That was why they had rushed over without stopping. They had already made a plan. The first battlefield would be opened up in the East City. Quick, there's a war in the East City. Go and help. On the way, Venerable Ri and the others had already heard the war announcement from the East City. At the same time, they had also received a message from the East City Lord. Under their urging, the team moved much faster. Among them, Venerable Ri, Venerable Yu, and Venerable Star left the team immediately and went to the East City first. Only they could activate the many killing devices set up by the East City. With the arrangements in the East City, they believed that even if they faced the 5 great Wuzun, they would still have the strength to fight. Xiao Yang and the others had already reached the East City Gate. The city gate was already closed. The city wall was full of cultivators. Some were holding bows, some were holding torches, and some were controlling magical waves, ready to attack at any time. Outside the city wall, there was a defensive light shield. This was the activation of the East City's defensive array. The war between the two sides was about to break out. Xiao Yang glanced at the people on the city wall, and his gaze stopped on the East City Lord. He said domineeringly, "I won't kill those who surrender." East City Lord, what are you waiting for? Do you want the entire East City to be buried with you? It was necessary to use peaceful means before resorting to force. After all, force could suppress people. The East City Lord was so angry that his face turned pale. His body trembled, and his fingers trembled. He pointed at Xiao Yang angrily and shouted, "Son of a bitch, Xiao Yang, you were lucky to escape last time, and now you have the guts to come again? See if I don't kill you. If you have the guts, come into the city." Xiao Yang smiled coldly and directly used the great teleportation technique. A force of teleportation erupted from his body and instantly swept over the East City Lord. In the next moment, the East City Lord was directly teleported in front of the 5 great Wuzun. Looking at the East City Lord, who was in a daze in front of him, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curled up, and he looked at him mockingly. Scarlet Flame laughed. He didn't know who the East City Lord was, but he knew that this guy was the one who shouted the most fiercely just now. He also knew that this guy had chased after Xiao Yang. Now that this guy was in front of him, he couldn't help but laugh. The Great Senior Lord, Second Senior Lord, and Third Senior Lord looked at the East City Lord sympathetically. In the past, they were also captured by Xiao Yang like this, and they felt sorry for the City Lord. The Star City Lord, Dragon Lady, and the others were immediately happy. They pointed at the East City Lord and shouted, "Why don't you shout? You're the one who shouted the most fiercely." Why don't you shout for me to see?" As he shouted, he kicked Dongqing City's city lord. The bloodthirsty iceworm, fiery bird, and flying ox were also mocking and ridiculing from the side. They were very happy. The East City lord was still in a daze. He didn't know what had happened. He was clearly under the protection of the city protection array. How did he suddenly appear in front of the enemy and face the 6 great Wu Zun? This was no different from courting death. After being kicked by the Star City lord, he suddenly woke up. His face was full of fear. His body trembled, and his lips trembled. He looked at Xiaoyang and the others in fear. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. As the East City lord, could it be that he was going to beg for mercy now? There were still many citizens of the East City watching. If he surrendered, wouldn't the East City lose without a fight? He knew that the 3 senior lords of the Sun Moon Star sect had set up many killing arrays in the East City. If they were destroyed because of his surrender, he would become the most humiliated person in history. Even if Xiaoyang and the others let him go, the 3 senior lords would definitely not let him go. After thinking about these things, the East City lord was not so afraid. He looked as if he was going to risk everything. He stared at Xiaoyang and the others fearlessly and said fiercely, "Come, kill me if you have the guts. Do you think I'm afraid of death?" "Humph." Xiaoyang signaled to the Star City lord. The Star City lord didn't hesitate at all. He directly exploded with the cultivation of a level 9 martial arts grandmaster and used his most powerful martial technique. He instantly attacked the East City lord. The East City lord was only a level 8 martial arts grandmaster. He was no match for the Star City lord. After blocking 2 attacks, he was killed by the Star City lord. City Lord. Chapter 840. The City Lord has been sacrificed. Avenge the City Lord. On the East City Wall, many citizens, cultivators, and disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect were filled with righteous indignation after seeing the City Lord being killed. They raised their hands and declared their revenge. Their ferocious expressions were extremely terrifying. Xiaoyang sneered. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Everyone below Wu Zun was an ant. He released the pressure of Wu Zun's physical body and enveloped the East City Wall. He said loudly, "Those who surrender will be spared." His voice and aura covered everyone in the East City Wall. Everyone in the East City Wall could hear it clearly. This sentence was like an explosion in their minds, making them feel afraid. "Xiaoyang, how dare you? You killed my city lord, disciple, and ambassador, destroyed my sect, and now you dare to invade my East City Wall? Do you think I don't exist?" A majestic voice containing Wu Zun's aura suddenly exploded in the sky. Then 3 figures flew over and landed on the East City Wall. Those with sharp eyes could tell at a glance that the 3 leaders of the Sun Moon Star sect had arrived. The 3 venerables are here. Mighty. Long live the venerables. Revenge, revenge. The citizens, cultivators, and disciples of the East City Wall shouted again. The sound wave was louder than the previous one, and the momentum was shocking. Xiaoyang sneered again and again. He looked at the venerables with contempt and said disdainfully, "I thought you guys were going to be cowards. You dare to come out?" He didn't continue to talk nonsense and signaled to Qi Yan, great venerables, and the 4 Wu Zun. The 4 Wu Zun unleashed their Wu Zun cultivation. They each flew into the air and used the most powerful martial skills in their lives, preparing to join forces to break the city. Even the most powerful sect formation couldn't withstand the attacks of the 3 Wu Zun, let alone a small remote city, let alone 4 Wu Zun joining forces. Once the 4 Wu Zun attacked together, the East City would be turned into ruins in an instant. Everyone in the city, no matter how strong or weak, old or young, male or female, would be turned into ashes. "Revered Lord Ri, it was you who sneak attacked and captured my pet beast. After that, you even schemed against me and tried to kill me. Today, I will return this hatred to you. The 4 great Wu Zuns joined forces to attack you. Take it well." Xiaoyang retorted coldly, Wu Zun's strongest battle prowess was already terrifying enough, let alone 4 of them. Not to mention, Qi Yan had the heaven-grade battle axe, and the great exalted lord had the quasi-heaven-grade mountain river ring. The 3 venerables, Venerable Sun, Venerable Moon, and Venerable Star, watched as Xiaoyang attacked without saying a word. Their faces turned solemn, and their eyes were filled with fear. "Stop it, you bastards!" Venerable Sun couldn't wait any longer. Once they attacked together, not to mention the city protecting array formation, the entire city would be destroyed. He instantly erupted with Wu Zun's cultivation and flew up from the city wall. Then he attacked Qi Yan across space. A terrifying light streaked across Qi Yan's position. At the same time, Venerable Moon and Venerable Star also attacked. Each of them used Wu Zun's cultivation to attack the Great Exalted Lord and Second Exalted Lord. They didn't need to hit their targets. As long as they could interfere, it would be considered a success. As they attacked, the 4 great Wu Zun's joined forces were destroyed. Qi Yan, Great Exalted Lord, and Second Exalted Lord used their movement skills to dodge the other party's attacks. The 3 venerables' powerful martial skills instantly bombarded the East City Lord's defensive light shield. As the light beam attacked, a huge crack appeared on the East City Lord's defensive light shield. However, this crack was constantly being repaired by the array formation. "Can't help but attack? Very well, I'll accompany you." Xiaoyang chuckled and released Wu Zun's cultivation. The next moment he appeared in mid-air, facing the array formation's crack. Then he raised his right hand, condensed Wu Zun's power, and suddenly punched out. This punch was unparalleled and full of destructive power. It seemed like this punch could destroy the entire city. It also seemed like this punch could shatter the earth, mountains, and rivers. Even the sky turned dark, as if it involved the power of the laws of the underworld. "No, don't. Damn it. Stop him." Venerable Sun, Venerable Moon, and Venerable Star became anxious when they saw Xiaoyang attack. They hurriedly used their movement skills to stop Xiaoyang. However, when they moved, Qi Yan, Great Exalted Lord, and Second Exalted Lord also used their movement skills to stop him. Thus, everyone watched as Xiaoyang's punch landed on the edge of the array formation's crack. With a loud bang, the East City's city defense array formation collapsed. The defensive light shield turned into specks of light and fell down. In addition, the power of this punch was far inferior. The shock wave released swept out in all directions, hitting the city walls and many buildings in the city. Rumble! A loud sound reverberated. The thick and ancient city walls suddenly shook and cracks appeared. Then the cracks extended and became bigger. A large area collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. At the same time, many buildings in the city were affected and collapsed. Under this punch, hundreds and thousands of people were affected. If they were not killed, they were injured. Many people in the city wailed and screamed for a long time. With one punch, the array formation was broken, the city walls were destroyed, and the enemies were defeated. 3 venerables, I ask you, do you submit? Xiaoyang hovered in midair with his hands behind his back. He looked arrogant and looked at the 3 venerables with disdain. At this moment, he was like an ancient war god that had existed since time immemorial. "Humph, Xiaoyang, don't be arrogant. This matter is not over yet. If you have the guts, come into the city." The Great Exalted Lord, Master Yu, and Master Star once again landed on the city walls that had not collapsed. They looked at Xiaoyang with gloomy faces. Then they used their movement skills and rushed into the city. "Humph, let's see what you're up to." Xiaoyang snorted and used his movement skill to chase after them. At the same time, Qi Yan, Great Exalted Lord, and the others also followed. Now that the 5 Wu Zun had taken action and the East City had been breached, no matter what they were up to, they would fail in the end. "Master, be careful in case there is a trap." Star City, Lord chased after them and shouted to remind Xiaoyang. The Great Exalted Lord, Second Exalted Lord, and Third Exalted Lord followed Xiaoyang closely. They were afraid that Xiaoyang would be rash and fall into the enemy's trap. Their soul blood was controlled by Xiaoyang. If Xiaoyang's life was in danger, they would not have an easy time. Xiaoyang said calmly, "Don't worry. Today, I will let those three old things know what is wrong." His morale was high and his fighting spirit soared. "A bunch of idiots. Look at our heaven-grade treasure, mountain river map." A huge scroll floated down from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, it covered the entire East City. Chapter 841. Xiaoyang and the rest were all sucked into the stately painting. Subsequently, Venerable Sun, Venerable Moon, and Venerable Star appeared in the void. They looked at Xiaoyang and the rest, who were wrapped in the stately painting, and sneered. They still fell for it. "Humph! Quick! Activate the killing formation and kill them all." With Venerable Sun's order, a set of overbearing and boundless killing formation was suddenly activated. Sharp flying swords stabbed toward Xiaoyang and the rest. After the flying swords flew back and forth, they were followed by wild slashes from the tyrant saber. Finally, energy light pillars shot out. This intensive and destructive attack was enough to make Xiaoyang suffer. In the stately painting, when Xiaoyang saw the heaven-class magic treasure, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Heaven-class magic treasures were too rare in the lower realm. At that time, he used his body to fuse with the heaven-class magic treasure, Captive Phoenix, allowing his physical body to reach the level of Wu Zun. If he fused the stately painting into his body, wouldn't he be able to improve his body further? Thinking of this, Xiaoyang became excited. The so-called heaven-class magic treasure was nothing more than the application of formations and laws. For example, the stately painting was made up of 1,000,000 formations. If he mastered 1,000,000 formations, he could naturally easily control the stately painting and even unleash the power of the stately painting to the extreme. From the current usage of Venerable Sun, Venerable Moon, and Venerable Star, their mastery of the stately painting was only superficial. This was because the stately painting was already a middle-grade, heaven-class magic treasure. The classification of magic treasures started from the inverse class, followed by Earth class, Heaven class, and Saint class. So far, no Saint class magic treasure had appeared in the entire lower realm. The middle-grade Heaven class magic treasures that had appeared so far were already the highest-level magic treasures. Captive Phoenix and Battle Axe were also Heaven-class magic treasures, but they were only low-grade Heaven-class magic treasures. The stately painting was 2 levels higher than them. It was just that it wasn't easy to master 1,000,000 formations. However, it was fine. The reason why the 3 venerables could control the stately painting was that they had mastered the 300,000 formations in the stately painting. If Xiaoyang's mastery of formation surpassed theirs, he could naturally compete with them for the ownership of the stately painting. In other words, Xiaoyang only needed to master a little over 300,000 array formations. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang heaved a sigh of relief. Behind Xiaoyang was Scarlet Flame and the others. "My lord, the situation is not good. The other party actually used the stately painting against us, and even activated the killing formation." Great Venerable Lord released his divine sense and immediately noticed the trap. Scarlet Flame frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. After all, with 5 Wu Zun teaming up, how could they be defeated? He snorted coldly and directly manipulated the heaven-grade magic treasure battle axe to slash out, releasing a huge axe light. The light slashed at the edge of the mountain river map, but in the end, it could not do anything to the mountain river map. The mountain river map could expand infinitely until the power of the battle axe disappeared. This made Scarlet Flame's expression dignified again, and he slowly said, "My full strength attack can't do anything to the mountain river map. It seems that this magic treasure is quite amazing." Xiaoyang chuckled and comforted him. "Of course, it's amazing. The mountain river map is a heaven-grade, mid-grade magic treasure, and your battle axe is only a heaven-grade, low-grade magic treasure. There's a big gap between them. Hearing this, Great Venerable Lord and the others' faces sank, knowing that the situation was serious. If they were trapped here, how could they kill the enemy? Don't worry, I have confidence in dealing with them. They have activated the killing formation. You 4 Wu Zun form a defense, and buy me half an hour. Xiao Yang said calmly. Scarlet Flame and the others naturally had no objection, and they trusted Xiao Yang very much. They immediately released their cultivation and manipulated their heaven-grade magic treasures to form a defensive circle to protect Xiao Yang, Dragon Girl, and the others. No matter how ferocious the killing array outside was, no matter what kind of weapon the killing intent turned into, when it reached them, they were all blocked and could not harm them. After all, the 4 martial honors were not to be underestimated when they joined forces, not to mention that they also had heaven-grade magic treasures. Xiao Yang sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. With the protection of the 4 Wu Zuns, they relaxed their minds and focused on comprehending the formations in the mountain river map. His attainments in formations were one of the best in the lower realm, and this was all thanks to the knowledge and experience accumulated from his previous life. In addition, he had once studied the heaven-grade magic treasure Captive Phoenix, so his experience was even richer. Now that he had mastered the mountain river map, it was twice the result with half the effort. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Yang had already comprehended 100,000 formations and could easily manipulate them. Therefore, he changed the shape of the mountain river map to form a layer of defense in front of everyone. In this way, the killing formation controlled by Lord Ri, Lord Yu, and Lord Star would be ineffective against them, and Scarlet Flame and the others could take the opportunity to rest. What's going on? What's going on? How could this be? In the sky above the eastern city, the 3 lords looked at the changes in the mountain river map and were shocked as they asked in surprise. Originally, each of them had mastered 100,000 formations in the mountain river map. The 3 of them had mastered 100,000 formations in total, which was used to trap Xiao Yang. But now, the stately painting had undergone a change, which puzzled them no matter how hard they thought about it. With the passage of time, Xiao Yang had already mastered 200,000 array formations. The 3 lords once again noticed the changes in the mountain river map. Their expressions changed drastically as they said in horror, "Someone is trying to control the mountain river map. Damn it, we can't let him succeed. Quick, control the formation and the mountain river map. Put it away." No, once the mountain river map is put away, Xiao Yang and the others will definitely be released. At that time, we'll be in big trouble. The 3 lords were in conflict. For a moment, there was no better way. If Xiao Yang and the others were released, they would be in big trouble. It was not easy to trap Xiao Yang and the others. If they were not released, the mountain river map would definitely be controlled by Xiao Yang. They were in a dilemma and could only argue and quarrel with each other, but no one could convince the other. We can't lose the mountain river map, even if we have to release Xiao Yang. After a long time, Lord Ri, who had been suppressing his panic and nervousness, made a decision. Did you hear that? Hurry up and do it. The mountain river map is a magic treasure passed down by Master. We can't lose it. Master Yu is also shouting loudly, urging Master Star to hurry up. 2 against 1. Lord Star could not compare with the 2 of them, so he could only obey the majority. He snorted and said, "Then stop Xiao Yang and the others when they come out." Humph! He unleashed his cultivation and manipulated the 100,000 formations to cooperate with them to put away the mountain river map. However, they did not succeed. When they were about to put it away, they found that there was a force competing with them for the ownership of the mountain river map. Chapter 842. This made them shocked and angry, and they could not help but curse loudly. "You still want to take what I've taken a fancy to." Xiao Yang sneered again and again. His divine consciousness kept penetrating the formation, comprehending and mastering it. So far, he had mastered 300,000 formations, which was on par with the 3 venerables, so he was qualified to fight. Under the tug of the two sides, the landscape painting kept changing forms, sometimes flying up and sometimes falling down. The three venerables wanted to take away the landscape painting as soon as possible so that it would not be taken by Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang kept snatching and attacking cities and forts, comprehending and studying more formations, so that he could have a greater share of the ownership. Damn it, this despicable thief actually wants to take the stately painting for himself. He's too despicable. We were careless and underestimated Xiaoyang. We thought that with the landscape painting design and the killing formation, plus the three of us, Wuzun, we could deal with Xiaoyang and the others. We didn't expect Xiaoyang to have such an ability to control our magic treasure. It's useless to say this now. We can only try our best. The landscape painting is an existence that suppresses the sect's fate and his master's legacy. No matter what, we can't lose it. The three venerables were controlling the landscape painting with all their might while communicating quickly. They all reached a consensus so that they could cooperate more tacitly. For the time being, Xiaoyang was unable to snatch the stately painting from them. However, they were also unable to snatch the stately painting from Xiaoyang. Thus, the situation between the two sides was in a stalemate. Therefore, the three venerables unscrupulously cursed at Xiaoyang and the others, calling Xiaoyang and the others thieves, shameless, despicable, obscene, and all kinds of vulgar words in an attempt to provoke Xiaoyang to give up the landscape painting. However, the fiercer they cursed, the more excited Xiaoyang and the others were. Both sides were in a hostile relationship. Who cared how you cursed? Once you made a move, you had to decide life and death. Life and death were the true victors and losers. Mere verbal abuse was nothing. On the contrary, the more they struggled, the more it proved that Xiaoyang's methods were effective. They were constantly attacked, and they were all convinced by Xiaoyang's methods. Xiaoyang, you're amazing. Do your best. We'll take care of this place. Don't worry. Scarlet Flame chuckled and ignored the three venerables, casually instructing Xiaoyang. The Great High Lord, Second High Lord, and Third High Lord also smiled and said, Master, you can do your best. We are here. Star City Lord, Dragon Lady, and the others also looked at Xiaoyang with admiration. One had to know that the mountain and river map was a heaven-grade, medium-grade magic treasure. Moreover, it came from the Sun Moon Star sect and was controlled by the three great venerables. However, Xiaoyang was able to snatch the magic treasure from the other party. His methods and strength were so strong that it made others feel inferior. This was not a trash magic treasure. It was one of the most powerful magic treasures in the lower realm. Yes, I still have more than 10 minutes to surpass them and completely control the mountain and river map. Xiaoyang was also very excited. Once he controlled the mountain and river map and integrated this heaven-grade, medium-grade magic treasure into his body, it would definitely increase the strength of his physical body. He was determined to get the mountain and river map. As time passed, the three venerables' situation became worse because they clearly sensed that the other force that controlled the mountain and river map was getting stronger. If this continued, they would lose the mountain and river map. Therefore, they immediately became anxious. Their expressions were ferocious, their faces were red, and their curses became even more unpleasant. However, Xiaoyang and the others did not care about them at all. This made them look for trouble. What should we do? If this continues, we will lose the mountain and river map. What else can we do? We can only give up and take advantage of this time to leave this place quickly. We can't leave. Even if we lose the mountain and river map, we have to work hard. Venerable Moon, Venerable Sun, and Venerable Star had different opinions about Wuzun. They were all arguing with each other. After arguing for a while, Venerable Sun said firmly, we have to work hard. Whether we can get it back or not is a matter of ability, but whether we take it or not is a matter of attitude. The other two venerables silently agreed. An arrogant and domineering voice came from the mountain and river map. It was Xiaoyang's proud laughter. Haha, I finally succeeded. I have mastered 500,000 formations. Let's see how the three of you can fight with me." As Xiaoyang's voice came out, a majestic force was suddenly released from the mountain and river map and attacked them. This was the attacking power of the mountain and river map. This change made the three venerables' expressions change drastically. They were shocked and their eyes were filled with disbelief. After all, they were still in possession of the stately painting. Why was the stately painting attacking them instead? Could a magic treasure attack its owner? How is this possible? Venerable Star felt incredulous. Venerable Moon said in a panic, "What's impossible? Hurry up and give up the mountain and river map. Are you waiting for death?" Venerable Sun also knew that he could not wait any longer. Once Xiao Yang mastered the mountain and river map, and the 5 Wu Zun gained freedom, they would not even have a chance to escape. He immediately ordered retreat. He was the first to give up the control of the mountain and river map. He used his body movement and immediately left the place. Venerable Moon and Venerable Star saw this and immediately gave up the mountain and river map. They did not take another look and followed behind Venerable Sunday. They quickly left and returned to the sect. In the sect, at least they had set up heavy defenses. They might still have a chance to turn the situation around. They had also invited the Jigo sect's messenger. Now it was just a matter of time. They fled, frantically. Their expressions were solemn and their hearts were heavy. None of them said a word. The atmosphere was heavy. East City. As the three venerables gave up the control of the 300,000 formations, Xiaoyang had no opponent for a while. Without a force to restrain him, it was easier for him to control the formations of the mountain and river map. He advanced triumphantly all the way until he mastered 60% of the formations of the mountain and river map. He stopped. "It's done. Keep it." Xiaoyang laughed. Controlling the mountain and river map was like waving his hands and feet. It was smooth and unimpeded. Following his thoughts, the mountain and river map was like an obedient child. It instantly shrank to the size of a palm and fell into Xiaoyang's palm. With the mountain and river map in control, Xiaoyang's confidence soared again. Even if he encountered a stage 2 powerhouse of Wu Zun, he was confident that he could fight. He estimated that if he could completely refine the mountain and river map and integrate it into his body, his physical strength could at least increase by 2 levels, reaching the stage 3 of Wu Zun. Chapter 843. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's breathing became rapid, and his eyes shone brightly. However, now was not the best time to cultivate. He still had to bring Qi Yan and the others to cause trouble for the Sun Moon Star sect. Just based on the killing formation and the killing intent brought about by the 3 venerables, it was enough to sentence them to death. "Congratulations, Master." "Congratulations, Master." "Xiaoyang, you're amazing." The Great Exalt, Star City Lord, and the others hurriedly congratulated Xiaoyang with a smile, and their eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Even if they were given such a chance, they were not confident that they could take the mountain river map. "All right, let's go to the Sun Moon Star sect. They dared to attack us, so we must teach them a lesson." Xiaoyang took the mountain river map, then used his movement technique to fly into the sky. He unleashed his cultivation and flew all the way to the Sun Moon Star sect. Previously, he had escaped from the Sun Moon Star sect. Now that he could fly there easily, he did not need anyone to lead the way. After walking out of the East City, he saw thousands of disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect. These disciples were not advancing, nor were they preparing to attack. Instead, they were retreating like the tide. They were retreating in the direction of the Sun Moon Star sect. They were originally led by the 3 Great Exalts to fight Xiaoyang and the others in the East City. However, before they could reach the East City, the battle with Wu Zun in the East City had already ended. They saw the 3 Great Exalts fleeing and returning in a sorry state. They even received a hasty order from the 3 Great Exalts. "Quickly return to the Sun Moon Star sect. Xiaoyang, that demon, will be here soon." It was this sentence that scared them into retreating in a sorry state. Seeing these people retreating in fear, the great Exalt frowned and said, "Master, should we keep them here?" By keeping them here, of course, he did not mean to let them stay here unharmed. He meant to take their lives so that they would never be able to return to the Sun Moon Star sect. Xiaoyang chuckled and waved his hand. "No, let them go back. We'll catch them all and make them accept it wholeheartedly." Thus, they slowed down and leisurely headed in the direction of the Sun Moon Star sect. Several hours later, they arrived at the entrance of the Sun Moon Star sect. This entrance had been destroyed by Xiaoyang in the past, and a new one had been built. Glancing at the newly built mountain gate, Xiaoyang sneered. He took the Dharma treasure, the immortal sword, and unleashed his sword art. In an instant, a powerful sword light shot out. The sword light tore through the void and instantly struck the mountain gate of the Sun Moon Star sect, shattering it once again. The disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect roared furiously. Their eyes were red as they yelled at Xiaoyang and the others. "Bastard, do you know where you are? How dare you destroy our sect? You're courting death." The middle management, the senior management, and the three venerables of the sect appeared in the sky above the sect again. They stared coldly at Xiaoyang and the others from across the void. "Xiaoyang, leave some leeway for everything. Why do you have to force me?" Venerable Ri shouted at Xiaoyang. They had fought with Xiaoyang many times and lost many times. They had already admitted defeat, so their tone was humble and their attitude was very low. They belonged to the weak side and begged the strong to not bully them. The Star City Lord, Dragon Lady, and the others only felt that they were majestic and glorious. The Star City Lord was originally one of their city lords and was controlled by them. Now that he followed Xiaoyang and forced the huge sect to such an extent, one could imagine how proud he was. The Dragon Lady, Flamingo, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, and Skysoar Bull had been captured by the Sun Moon Star sect and imprisoned in an underground prison. Now they were being oppressed by the Sun Moon Star sect. Needless to say, they were overjoyed. "Humph, when you bullied me, did you think that there would be a day like this?" Dragon Lady's voice was soft, but her tone was domineering and her expression was proud. Venerable Ri frowned, feeling a headache coming on. He sighed and said in an even weaker tone, "Xiaoyang, tell us what conditions you want. We can negotiate." There was no other way. The sect was their last line of defense and the home they had lived in for many years. Unless it was necessary, who would be willing to leave? Venerable Ri didn't have the confidence to fight against the 5 Wu Zun. Not to mention the 5 Wu Zun had 2 heaven-grade treasures and 1 quasi-heaven-grade treasure. Heaven-grade treasures were just like Wu Zun's terrifying strength. They couldn't be provoked. Remove the sect's defensive formation. Hand over 70% of the treasures in the treasury and 60% of your cultivation resources. In addition, the 10 city lords I enslaved will belong to the poison sect. Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. He didn't have to fight. He wasn't a war maniac. Behind the scenes of war were often benefits. What? These conditions are too much. Venerable Ri, you can't agree. Heavens, he dares to make such demands. There are countless treasures in the treasury, but he wants more than 70%. Isn't he afraid of dying from overeating? There's also our sect's cultivation resources. 60% is enough for 2 poison sects, not to mention the cities and territories. Any one of these conditions made their hearts bleed. They couldn't bear to part with them. Impossible, these conditions are too much. Venerable Ri glanced at Venerable Yu and Venerable Xing, then refused decisively. If they agreed to these conditions, how could the Sun Moon Star sect survive in the future? Their reputation would plummet, and everyone would come to bully them. These conditions were a great humiliation that he couldn't bear. So there's no room for negotiation? Once I break into your sect, your treasure pavilion will be mine, half of your cities, and 90% of your sect's cultivation resources. Are you afraid? Xiaoyang put his hands behind his back and spoke arrogantly, domineering beyond compare. These conditions were simply multiplied, almost enough to wipe out the Sun Moon Star sect. It was too terrifying. Venerable Ri's heart skipped a beat when he heard Xiao Yang's arrogant and unquestionable tone. His scalp tightened and his expression tensed. He knew that Xiaoyang would do what he said. If Xiaoyang really got what he wanted, the sect would never rise again. What should we do? What about you? What do you think? Do you agree or not? Venerable Yu frowned and looked worriedly at the other two venerables. She also looked at the pavilion masters and many middle-level managers. Now they were facing the 5 great Wuzun. The sect could be destroyed at any time, so they had to choose carefully. Xiaoyang's demands and conditions really put them in a difficult position. Venerable Ri, the Jigo sect's emissary will be here soon. Why don't we wait a little longer? The head of the intelligence pavilion reminded the 3 venerables. He was in charge of intelligence, so he naturally had first-hand information. Chapter 844. They had already invited the Jigo sect's emissaries to uphold justice. Any emissary from the Jigo sect was at least a stage 3 Wuzun. A powerhouse of this level was enough to sweep away all the forces in the lower realm. A stage 3 Wuzun was an insurmountable gap. Even though Xiaoyang and the others had 5 Wuzun, if they were to face a stage 3 Wuzun, they would be annihilated with a flick of a finger. After receiving the news from the intelligence pavilion's pavilion master, Master Yu's mind calmed down. It was great that an emissary from the Jigo sect had come. Even 100 Xiaoyangs wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. He let out a sigh of relief and sneered. He stared at Xiaoyang and said disdainfully, "Xiaoyang, your conditions are too much. Let's fight." Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. From the change in Master Yu's expression, he could vaguely guess something. That was, the people of the Jiguang sect were likely to come to help. So Xiaoyang had to think about it. "Master, the other party is so presumptuous. Should we fight? I can't stand it anymore." The great exalted lord snorted and glared at Master Yu with a cold expression. He then asked Xiaoyang for permission. In his opinion, no one in the lower realm could stop them. The Sun Moon sect didn't know what was good for them and didn't give Xiaoyang face. They were courting death. The second and third exalted lords also asked, "Master, let us go." The Star City Lord was also eager to give it a try. The Dragoness, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Fiery Bird, and Flying Bull all looked at Xiaoyang with burning eyes. They also wanted to vent their anger and take revenge for being captured. Scarlet Flame remained silent, not making any suggestions as he calmly looked at Xiaoyang. Although the 3 supremacies didn't notice anything fishy about the 3 supremacies, as the former leader of the evil Cultivator Alliance, Scarlet Flame had already sensed that something was amiss. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and soon came to a decision. He said, "All right, the 3 supreme exalts, I'll leave the task of taking down the Sun Moon Star sect to you. There's no rush. Take your time. Star City Lord, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Flamingo, Flying Bull, Dragon Lady, the few of you will assist the 3 High Lords. Marshal Uncle Qi Yen, protect me. I have something important to do." He had it all planned out. He would let the 3 great Wu Zun break through the Sun Moon Star sect. Then he would use this time to fuse with the stately painting. With Qi Yen protecting him, he naturally wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed. Xiaoyang had considered everything. The Sun Moon Star sect's sudden change in attitude meant that reinforcements had arrived. Aside from the Jigo sect's emissaries, there were no other reinforcements. As for the Dao sect, they didn't dare interfere at all. If they did, they'd have to face the Poison sect's wrath. In order to better deal with the emissaries from the Jigo sect, it was necessary to raise his cultivation. Xiaoyang hadn't planned on fusing with his treasures here. After all, this wasn't a good place to cultivate. But now he had no choice. "As you command, Master." "I'll go help right away, Master." The three supremacies, Star City Lord and Dragon Lady, were in high spirits. They all called out in response, circulating their cultivation and flying into the air. Then they unleashed their martial skills, bombarding the Sun Moon Star Sect's gates again and again. Boom, 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 boom. Like the sound of thunder, it reverberated in the air. Every time the sound rang out, there would be a powerful tremor. Most of the disciples who maintained the defensive formations of the Sun Moon Star Sect were injured, and they all vomited blood. Red Flame stood beside Xiaoyang and said calmly, "Xiaoyang, don't worry about breaking through. With me here, no one will disturb you." Xiaoyang nodded. He used his movement technique and ran a bit further away. Then he casually set up a few formations and sat down cross-legged to meditate. He gradually relaxed his mind. Even the sounds of battle, not far away, didn't affect him in the slightest. After adjusting his mental and physical state, Xiaoyang summoned the mountain and river map and began to study the remaining 500,000 formations. The stately painting contained over 1,000,000 array formations, and each array formation was more terrifying than the one in the caged phoenix. In other words, if the formation within the heaven-grade magic treasure imprisoning phoenix was at the 3rd level, then the formation within the stately painting was at the 4th level. The higher the level, the stronger its might would be, and the more complicated and profound the formation would be. This was the reason why the mountain and river map was a level higher than the caged phoenix. Xiaoyang's consciousness spread out and penetrated into the stately painting. He began to study and comprehend the matrix, as well as calculate and deduce. As time passed, Xiaoyang put more and more effort into it. He was almost fully immersed in it. After a long time, his mental energy and cultivation base were rapidly depleted. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and he began to look dispirited. He was exhausted. However, Xiaoyang still didn't give up. He had always been tough and tenacious. He wasn't someone who could be defeated easily. He was still persevering. He had already comprehended 900,000 formations. Given some more time, he would be able to comprehend all the formations in the mountain and river map. The battle not far away was getting more and more intense. The Sun and Moon Star Sect was like an eggshell. Under the protection of the sect's defensive formations, they endured the attacks of the three supremacies. Up until now, the Sun and Moon Star Sect had more than 6,000 disciples. These disciples were all suffering from the backlash of the defensive formations. The power of the three supremacies was too terrifying. Every time they attacked the defensive formations, the formations would shake and cracks would even appear. The light would also dim. If this continued, the sect's defensive formations would be broken by the three supremacies sooner or later. Supremacy Yu, Supremacy Ri, and Supremacy Xing didn't look good either. Their faces were gloomy and their expressions were ugly. Seeing the defensive formations getting weaker and weaker, they were even more anxious. The sect's defensive formations weren't omnipotent. At this level of attack, the sect's defensive formations probably wouldn't last half a day. Supremacy Ri's gaze fell on the head of the intelligence pavilion. Where is the messenger? If he doesn't arrive soon, the sect will be breached. He was deeply worried. His expression was sorrowful and anxious. The head of the intelligence pavilion had a solemn and sorrowful expression. Especially when he saw the countless casualties of the sect's disciples, he felt even worse. Hearing Supremacy Ri's question, he hurriedly replied, "There are still 4 hours before the messenger from the Jigo sect arrives. We must hold on." Now that they had completely fallen out with Xiaoyang, if Xiaoyang breached the sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now they could only fight to the death and hope that the messenger from the Jigo sect would arrive on time. 4 hours wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Chapter 845. As a cultivator, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. 4 hours was just the blink of an eye. However, things were different right now. Every second and every minute, there would be disciples of the sect dying. Who knew how many disciples they would have to sacrifice in these 4 hours? This made the three supremacies feel extremely pained. Their hearts were bleeding as well. It wasn't easy for them to nurture disciples. They had to spend a lot of cultivation resources and time. Right now, almost all of the middle and upper echelons of the sect had been defeated by Xiaoyang. The remaining middle and lower echelons were dying rapidly as well. This loss couldn't be measured by resources or money. Every second, the Sun Moon Star sect's overall strength was declining. After 4 hours, even if the Sun Moon Star sect could hold on, their overall strength would probably fall to the bottom of the lower echelons. The Sun Moon Star sect was built on top of a majestic mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was already a bustling town. When the citizens, farmers, merchants, and rogue cultivators in the town heard the commotion from the Sun Moon Star sect, all of them widened their eyes in shock. Then, they all rushed in the direction of the Sun Moon Star sect. Along the way, they chatted with familiar faces. What's going on? It seems like someone is attacking the Sun Moon Star sect? Who would have the guts to do that? Aren't they just courting death? In the eyes of the townspeople, the Sun Moon Star sect was extremely powerful and untouchable. It was an undefeatable giant. Now that someone was attacking their sect, there was nothing more lively than this. Like a flood, the crowd rushed to the top of the mountain and watched the battle from afar. Streaks of colorful lights were released in the sky. Each streak of light contained an unparalleled amount of energy. Those streaks of light struck the sect's defensive formation again and again. However, no one in the sect went out to fight. They all hid inside and took the beating silently. This immediately highlighted the might of the three supremacies. The spectators were all in disbelief. One had to know that even the three supremacies of the Sun Moon Star sect didn't dare to fight back when they were being bullied at their sect's doorstep. It was clear how powerful Xiao Yang's group was. Among the spectators, two people stood out the most. They were Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu. The two of them were originally at the 5th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. With their level of cultivation, they immediately stood out in a small town and earned the respect of everyone. They circulated their cultivation and floated in midair. Looking over, they saw Dragon Lady in the midst of battle. The moment they saw the dragoness, their eyes lit up and their expressions were filled with excitement. He had finally found his little sister. It had not been easy. Along the way, he had suffered so much over the years. The two of them had the urge to cry tears of joy. Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu had tried to join the Sun Moon Star sect ever since they came here. Unfortunately, they were rejected. In the end, they stayed in the small town at the foot of the mountain and made plans. Later on, they heard news about Xiaoyang. They knew that Xiaoyang had been hunted down by the Sun Moon Star sect and had fled to the Dao city of the Dao sect. They also knew that Xiaoyang had saved his pet beast. However, they did not know that among the beasts Xiaoyang had taken away, Dragon Lady was among them. Now Dragon Lady was with Xiaoyang and had formed a camp. Dahu, look, that's our little sister. I found her, I finally found her. Boo-hoo! Qin Dalong was so excited that he cried. Yes, Dalong, I saw her. I really saw her. Little sister, I finally found you. Boo-hoo! I'm so happy, so excited. The three of us are finally reunited. Our parents asked us to take good care of our little sister. We can't lose her again. Yes, yes. Let's go and meet our little sister. Qin Dalong cried tears of joy. He pulled Qin Dahu and used his movement technique. Soon, they were in front of Dragon Lady. Little sister, we've finally found you. Where have you been all these years? We had a hard time finding you. Our parents asked us to take care of you. Have you been well? It's all our fault for losing you. We're sorry. As your brothers, we'll never abandon you. Qin Dalong and Qin Dahu looked at Dragon Lady emotionally. For Dragon Lady, they had suffered too much. They even dared to enter the Beast Forest and came to the Sun Moon Star sect. They even thought of various ways to join the Sun Moon Star sect to find Dragon Lady. Now The heavens did not let down those who worked hard. They finally got what they wanted without any effort. Brother Dalong, Brother Datsu? You're here? Oh, that's great. I missed you so much. Dragon Lady's eyes widened when she saw them. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Then she stopped attacking and walked closer to the two of them. She held their hands and left the battlefield. Brother Dalong, Brother Dahu, why are you here? How are you? Dragon Lady blinked her pure and clear eyes and jumped around the two of them. She was very excited and emotional. She was once entrusted to a village farmer and grew up with Chun Dalong and Chin Dahu. They were like siblings and had a good relationship since they were young. Yes, we're all good. It's good that we found you. You don't know, but we've been looking for you for many years. We won't be separated in the future. Chun Dahu and Chun Dalong couldn't help but cry when they thought of the bitterness of their search. After a long while, they finally calmed down. Little sister, what are you doing? Why are you attacking the Sun-Moon Star sect? Chen Dalong asked hurriedly after calming down. Then he quickly said, Little sister, let's go. We don't want to get involved in this mess. The Sun-Moon Star sect is powerful. Attacking them won't end well. They only wanted to protect Dragon Lady and didn't want her to be hurt. Dragon Lady tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then she turned her cute head and looked at Xiaoyang. She thought for a moment and said calmly, No, I can't leave yet. I was saved by that bastard Xiaoyang, so I have to repay his kindness. I heard from Xiaoyang that it was the venerable beast who asked him to find me. Even if it wasn't for that, it would still be fun. Dragon Lady was innocent and revealed a bright smile. She thought it was fun anyway. Otherwise, why would she hide the flying bull's child? It was too boring to be alone in the beast forest. So she wanted to find a playmate to play games with. No matter what, she couldn't leave with the dragon and tiger brothers now. Dragon Lady's decision put Chun Dalong and Chin Dahu in a difficult position. They looked at each other and hesitated. Then Chin Dalong said, Why don't we stay too? We'll go wherever little sister goes. Chin Dahu nodded and said excitedly, That's great. Chapter 846. Big Brother Dalong, Big Brother Dahu, don't worry. As long as you follow Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang will definitely not treat you badly. Come, follow me to attack the city. Long Nu smiled and held their hands, then continued to use martial skills to attack the Sun-Moon Star sect's defensive light shield. Chun Dalong and Chin Dahu looked at each other again and nodded to each other. They had made up their minds. Then they also erupted their cultivation and used martial skills to attack the Sun-Moon Star sect. Although their cultivation was not strong and the attack power they brought was dispensable, whether they attacked or not was a matter of attitude. Under Qi Yan's protection, Xiaoyang silently comprehended the array in the mountain river map. As the last array was comprehended and mastered by Xiaoyang, Xiaoyang suddenly relaxed. His brows relaxed and a smile appeared on his face. His closed eyes slowly opened, revealing a light of excitement. From this moment onwards, the mid-grade heaven-grade magic treasure, the stately painting, truly belonged to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, did you succeed? Qi Yan, who was next to him, noticed the change in Xiaoyang. His eyes lit up, revealing joy as he asked excitedly. The stronger Xiaoyang was, the greater their protection would be. This was something that benefited both sides. Xiaoyang chuckled, looked at Qi Yan gratefully and said with a smile, I can only say that I succeeded. Now, with this mountain river map, I am confident that I can fight with Wu Zun. However, this is not the end. I still need to further explore my potential. That was to integrate the mountain river map. And don't worry, do it boldly. I am here. Qi Yan patted his chest and promised, holding the battle axe in his hand. Xiaoyang nodded, closed his eyes again, and began to integrate the mountain river map. The painting of mountains and rivers of the gods of earth and Vale slowly flew up from his palm and suspended above Xiaoyang's head. It emitted a 7-colored light and spun around, releasing a sense of holiness. When Scarlet Flame saw this, his heart was moved and he was secretly amazed. Xiao Yang manipulated the stately painting and slowly integrated it into his body. In his body there was already a heaven-grade, magical treasure, the imprisoned phoenix. This fusion required the fusion of all three at the same time, which was extremely difficult. Under the control of Xiao Yang, the stately painting slowly descended. As it descended, it gradually turned into the form of light and was no longer in the form of a painting scroll. Xiao Yang, on the other hand, continued to absorb the light and refine it. It wasn't until the mountain river map's light was completely devoured that he heaved a sigh of relief. The next step was to fuse the stately painting with the caged phoenix in his body. The caged phoenix had long been completely refined by Xiao Yang and had become a part of Xiao Yang's flesh and blood. Now that he had fused with the stately painting, he had also turned this magic treasure into a part of his flesh and blood. Time ticked by, and Xiao Yang's progress was gradually increasing. Qi Yan, who was beside Xiao Yang, clearly felt the change in the aura of Xiao Yang's body. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. With Wu Zun's cultivation, he couldn't see through Xiao Yang now. Judging from Xiao Yang's overflowing cultivation aura, he should have reached the second stage of Wu Zun. However, Xiao Yang's improvement didn't stop and continued. It wasn't hard to imagine that Xiao Yang must be trying to break through to the third stage of Wu Zun's body. Qi Yan was shocked to the extreme. His mouth was slightly agape, and it took a long time for him to calm down. Xiao Yang's purpose in doing this was also very obvious. It was to deal with the incoming Jigo sect's emissary. Although watching Xiao Yang raise his cultivation base was very impressive, who knew how dangerous and difficult it would be for Xiao Yang to break through his cultivation base. One had to know that Xiao Yang had no choice but to increase his cultivation. Because the emissary of the Jigo sect could arrive at any time, he had to be prepared. Rumble. A huge sound came from the Sun Moon Star sect. This sound was even louder than the rumbling of the 9 heavens' divine thunder, and the tremors were much more intense than before. In addition, a powerful shockwave swept out, causing people to pale. The Sun Moon Star sect's defenses had been breached, and the array formation had collapsed. Many of the Sun Moon Star sect's disciples were hit by the shockwave, and they all cried out in pain. A huge crater appeared at the location of the explosion, and all the buildings within a radius of 1,000 feet collapsed, turning into smoke and dust. The power of the 3 Wu Zun's combined attack couldn't be underestimated. It was terrifying and majestic. Just this move alone was enough to severely injure the Sun Moon Stellar sect, causing them to suffer severe losses. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the Sun Moon Star sect's devastation and ruins were all over the place. The attack had lasted for more than half a day, and the Sun Moon Star sect's disciples had suffered countless casualties. They were all disciples above the martial ancestor realm. As for martial disciples and martial artists, they didn't even have the right to enter the battlefield, let alone the mortal servants. The 3 venerables, Venerable Yu, Venerable Ri, and Venerable Xing, also suffered from the backlash when the sect's defensive array formation collapsed. Fortunately, their cultivation was very high, and they weren't seriously injured, but they were still injured. The emissary of the Jigo sect hasn't arrived yet. Venerable Ri shouted with a hoarse voice. According to the Intelligence Pavilion's master, the emissary should have arrived. The Sun Moon Star sect was now at the end of its rope. If the emissary hadn't arrived, the Sun Moon Star sect would only end up being destroyed. Gather the sect's elites and managers and prepare to retreat. Our destination is Dao City. Venerable Dao has already arranged for us to be there. Venerable Ri didn't wait for the Intelligence Pavilion's master to reply, and directly gave the order. He couldn't place all his hopes on the emissary of the Jigo sect. He couldn't put all his eggs in one basket, lest they be destroyed. The Intelligence Pavilion's master, the Sword Pavilion's master, and the others all moved, preparing to leave with the sect's elite disciples and important cultivation resources. Venerable Yu and Venerable Xing also moved. Now that the sect had been breached, it was impossible for these small fries to be a match for Wu Zun. If they still didn't escape, the sect would be destroyed. The people of the Sun, Moon, Star sect panicked. They had seen Wu Zun's power and didn't even dare to resist. Now that the sect had been forced to retreat, and only death was waiting for them, their faces were filled with despair. When they heard Venerable Ri say that there was a way out, they all panicked and fled, anxiously begging, "Venerable, take me with you. Don't leave me behind. I don't want to die." Tens of thousands of disciples of the Sun, Moon, Star sect, whether they were injured or not, were begging for mercy. There were so many of them that it was a complete mess. Outside the sect, the three venerables looked up to the sky and laughed. After attacking for half a day, they finally broke through the defense that was as strong as a turtle shell. "You three brats, where are you going?" The great venerable Lord laughed and released his divine sense. After locking onto Venerable Ri, he hurriedly attacked, not giving Venerable Ri a chance to breathe. Chapter 847. The second and third supremacy were equally excited. They had finally completed the mission Xiaoyang had given them. They were overbearing and looked down on everything. They said excitedly, "Supremacy you. Supremacy Xing, don't run. We'll fight you." The two supremacies unleashed their cultivation and used their movement techniques to chase after them. They blocked the two supremacies and started a fierce battle. The Star City Lord, Dragon Lady, Qin Dalong, Qin Dahu, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Fiery Bird, Flying Bull, and the others were all excited. At least half of the sect's defense was due to their combined efforts. Go, let's teach them a lesson. Dragon Lady was extremely excited. She was in high spirits and exhilarated. She let out a delicate cry and immediately used her movement technique to attack. "Little sister, don't be rash. There are many people inside. Be careful." Qin Dalong saw Dragon Lady's actions and couldn't help but worry for her. Helpless, he could only bring Qin Dahu up and said, "Dahu, let's go. We can't let little sister get hurt." Dragon Lady was their favorite. Now that they had finally found her, they naturally couldn't bear to see her being bullied. Therefore, they also entered the Sun, Moon, Star sect passively and started the battle. Their cultivations were not considered strong. If someone wanted to take them down, it would be a piece of cake. After all, the Sun, Moon, Star sect had been developing for hundreds of years. They had many experts, including many 7th or 8th level martial arts grandmasters. However, the Sun, Moon, Star sect was already in a mess. Even if some experts noticed Dragon Lady, Qin Dalong, and Qin Dahu, they had other thoughts and didn't dare to kill them. One had to know that the three of them were in Xiaoyang's camp. If they were harmed, Xiaoyang might avenge them. The bloodthirsty ice silkworm, flamingo, and sky-soaring ox worked together, either spitting fire or poison. The sky-soaring ox was even more exaggerated. Its body directly grew to a size of several hundred feet. With a single stomp, it could injure at least dozens of people. "Supremacy! Supremacy! The Jigo sect's envoy San Chenji is here." The pavilion master of the information pavilion received the news immediately. Then he saw a figure approaching rapidly from the horizon. The aura that was released was extremely powerful. It was not something that honorables or high lords could compare with. It was as if Wu Zun could not go against the will of this majestic power. "Thousand Extremes Emissary, I, revered son, welcome Thousand Extremes Emissary." "It's the 1,000 Extremes Emissary. There's hope for a comeback, haha! Xiaoyang, Scarlet Flame, just wait for your deaths." "I, Senior Moon, welcome the 1,000 Extremes Emissary." "I, the Star Venerable, welcome the envoy of 1,000 Extremes. Emissary Chenji, you must uphold justice for us." Xiaoyang, Scarlet Flame, and the other members of the Poison Sect actually dared to humiliate us and attack our sect. They're trying to destroy our Sun, Moon, Star sect. Please uphold justice for us. Cries after cries rang out from within the Sun, Moon, Star sect. Each cry was transmitted through their cultivation so that the Thousand Extremes emissary, who was still tens of thousands of meters away, could hear them. The Sun, Moon, Star sect's people immediately saw hope. They were so excited that they cried tears of joy. Their hatred for Xiaoyang and the others was ferocious, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. They all knew that the moment the Jigo sect emissary arrived, the situation would immediately change. They could even easily destroy Xiaoyang and the others. The Jigo sect emissary represented the Jigo sect. The 10 great sects of the lower realm all had to listen to the Jigo sect's orders. That was only secondary. The main thing was that the emissaries sent by the Jigo sect were all at least at the 3rd level of Wu Zun. Wu Zun's 1st level and Wu Zun's 2nd level were as weak as ants to the Thousand Extremes emissary. Moreover, even if they were all at the 3rd level of Wu Zun, there were still different levels. Up until now, there had never been a 3rd level Wu Zun in the lower realm. Thus, the Thousand Extremes emissary's arrival was the key to their victory. From afar, one could see a ball of gentle light rushing over. Within the light was a figure in white robes. It was none other than the Thousand Extremes emissary. The Thousand Extremes emissary unleashed the terrifying aura of Wu Zun's 3rd level, enveloping the Sun, Moon, Star sect and everything within 100,000 meters. Under this terrifying aura, those below Wu Zun's level couldn't bear it. They all fell to their knees and prostrated themselves before the Thousand Extremes emissary. The Thousand Extremes emissary's arrival was like the sun in the eyes of tens of thousands of people. The dragoness, Chen Dalong, Chen Dahu, and the bloodthirsty iceworm all retreated and stood 100 meters in front of Xiaoyang. The Great Exalted Lord, Second Exalted Lord, and Third Exalted Lord also knew that they had encountered a strong enemy. They quickly retreated and joined forces to unleash Wu Zun's aura and pressure to resist the Thousand Extremes emissary's aura. Scarlet Flame frowned, his expression grave. It wasn't that he had never seen a powerhouse before. However, this was the first time he had seen someone as strong as the Thousand Extremes emissary. He didn't expect to become an enemy of such a powerhouse. This made his heart heavy. After glancing at Xiaoyang, in order to ensure that Xiaoyang wouldn't be disturbed, he slowly stepped forward and joined the defensive circle of the 3 Exalted Lords. He also unleashed Wu Zun's aura to resist the Thousand Extremes emissary's pressure. Thanks to the 4 Wu Zun's defense, the Dragoness, Star City Lord, and Chen Dalong didn't fall to their knees. However, they still couldn't relax. Their faces were pale, and the pressure was immense. Before long, the Thousand Extremes emissary arrived in the sky above the Sun, Moon, Star sect. He scanned the battlefield, and his gaze fell on Honored Lord Ri, Honored Lord Yu, and Honored Lord Xing. He said in a dignified voice, "This emissary has come to help you kill the invaders." This declaration cut off all paths of retreat for both sides. He hadn't come to negotiate, but to kill. His target was the poison sect's Wu Zun. He wouldn't give Xiaoyang and the others any way out. His orders couldn't be disobeyed, and his dignity couldn't be challenged. "Many thanks, Lord Emissary." "Your Excellency, the traitors are right there. Xiaoyang and Scarlet Flame are the leaders. They are all enemies of the same crime. Please help us, Lord Emissary." The 3 Exalted Lords hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Then, Honored Lord Ri explained the current situation. "Good." The Thousand Extremes emissary's face was covered by a gentle light, making it impossible for others to see his features. After responding to Honored Lord Ri, he descended directly above Xiaoyang and the others. "You don't agree with this emissary?" The Thousand Extremes emissary frowned slightly, his tone somewhat displeased. When he arrived, almost everyone had knelt to welcome him. However, the 3 Exalted Lords, Star City Lord, Scarlet Flame, and the others had released Wu Zun's aura to resist. They hadn't knelt to submit. This was a provocation to the 3rd rank Wu Zun. Neither servile nor overbearing, Scarlet Flame said calmly, "Emissary, we naturally respect you, but you can't be so blind. The Sun Moon Star sect has captured our poison sect's sacred beast and schemed against our Wu Zun. Our poison sect is only here to seek justice. We hope Lord Emissary will uphold justice." Chapter 848. You think you're worthy of lecturing me? You don't know the difference between life and death. San Qianji's voice was icy. He hated it when people told him what to do. What did they mean by he couldn't tell right from wrong? That was just a joke. The poison sect had grown big with 7 Wu Zun in total. They'd long attracted the attention of the Jigo sect, so they naturally wanted to use this opportunity to beat the poison sect down and weaken their strength. That way, the poison sect wouldn't be able to act lawlessly in the lower realms. As soon as San Qianji finished speaking, he abruptly raised his hand and released Wu Zun's 3rd rank cultivation. With a flick of his finger, a boundless power erupted from it. It was a very strange power. In the instant he flicked his finger, the boundless energy had already arrived in front of Scarlet Flame. It was so strong that it was impossible to block it. Scarlet Flame's expression changed in fright. His scalp tightened, and he immediately entered a state of full battle readiness. "Battle axe!" he roared. Wu Zun pushed his cultivation to the limit and poured all of it into the battle axe. Then he manipulated the weapon to launch a fierce slash at San Qianji. As he slashed down, a boundless power also surged toward the 3,000 extremes. However, the two forces couldn't be compared at all. Scarlet Flame's heaven-grade mystic treasure. San Qianji waved his hand and immediately disintegrated it. If this boundless destructive power was a flood, then San Qianji was a rock. He'd split the flow of the energy, not stopped it. This move was enough to prove his proficiency in using the rules of strength. On the other hand, Scarlet Flame seemed to have been struck by an ancient divine mountain after his first attack. With a boom, he was sent flying. While he was still in the air, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he crashed to the ground, unable to struggle to his feet for a long time. If not for his strong will, he would have fainted long ago. You have a tenacious personality and a strong will. However, I'll take you into the Jigo sect as my master. San Qianji spoke indifferently after injuring Scarlet Flame with his heaven-grade mystic treasure. He nodded at Scarlet Flame with praise in his eyes. Normally, Wu Zun wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from him, let alone fight back. However, this Scarlet Flame was much stronger than the other Wu Zun. Not only had he managed to counterattack once, he had also managed to take a hit without dying or fainting. Don't even think about it. Fight me again if you have the guts. At this moment, Qi Yan's ferocious nature was also aroused, and he roared at 3,000 extremes with a ferocious expression. His eyes were blood-red, and his fighting spirit was soaring. Although he was severely injured and his body was weak, whether he would fight or not was a matter of attitude. As for whether he could win, that was a matter of cultivation. The Great Zun Lord, Second Zun Lord, Third Zun Lord, Star City Lord, and the others all witnessed Qi Yan's defeat with their own eyes. They were shocked for a while, but soon they felt relieved. San Qianji was indeed San Qianji. No wonder he was an ambassador from the Jigo sect. If he didn't have some skills, he wouldn't be qualified to intervene here. Their expressions darkened. If even Qi Yan, a general, had been defeated, then they were definitely no match for 3,000 extremes. After hesitating for a while, they revealed determined expressions on their faces because they had no other choice. Fight! The 3 great Zun lords roared. Star City Lord, Dragon Lady, and the others also released their fighting spirit. Even if they knew that they couldn't win against 3,000 extremes, even if they knew that they would most likely die in this battle, they were still fearless. This was a matter of attitude. Good, you have backbone. Floating in the air like a saint. 3,000 extremes, said indifferently. His eyes were also filled with admiration. However, admiration was one thing, but he still had to attack. Seeing many martial skills and magic treasures attacking him, 3,000 Extremes waved his hand again and touched the law of the underworld. Those martial skills and magic treasures automatically separated and attacked behind him. In other words, the results of their attacks were exactly the same as Qi Yan's. They couldn't cause any damage to 3,000 Extremes. From this, it could be seen how powerful 3,000 Extremes' defense was. He was in an invincible position. The three great Zune Lords, Star City Lord, Dragon Lady, and the others all had ugly expressions. Their faces were filled with despair. They were facing an unfathomable and undefeatable guy. What could they do? With a sigh, their faces were filled with determination as they prepared to withstand 3,000 Extremes' attack. Courtesy demands reciprocity. It's my turn. Before I attack, I will give you a chance to surrender. Surrender and serve me as your master. Then I can let you go. 3,000 Extremes said coldly. Get lost. Wishful thinking. I am willing to die. The three great Zune Lords roared in anger and unwillingness. They had already surrendered once. There was no way they would surrender a second time. They were people with backbone. If that's the case, I will send you to your deaths. 3,000 Extremes was expressionless and his tone was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand again and flicked his finger. Instantly, a vast force appeared before everyone again. It directly acted on the three great Zune Lords and the others and blasted them away. This stunned the three great Zune Lords. They couldn't even figure out how their opponent attacked. It seemed that no matter how they tried to dodge, they couldn't avoid his attack. This was the terror of 3,000 Extremes. He had already comprehended 80 to 90% of the law of strength. Puff, puff. The three great Zune Lords, Star City Lord, and the others all spat out blood. After taking a heavy blow, it was as if their cultivation and strength had all dissipated. The law of strength that the other party grasped didn't just attack the surface of the body. It also attacked the inside of the body. Mighty Lord Emissary. Mighty Wei Wu. When the Sun Moon Star Sect's disciples saw how powerful 3,000 Extremes was, they all shouted excitedly. Their eyes were filled with strong admiration and reverence. Revered Sun, can we control the situation now? 3,000 Extremes ignored the shouts of the Sun Moon Star Sect's disciples and looked at Revered Sun calmly. He had only been here for a few minutes, but he had already severely injured the four martial highnesses, causing them to lose their ability to fight. Even if Xiaoyang was still here, he believed that Martial Highness Yu, Martial Highness Ri, and Martial Highness Xing would be able to take him down. Thank you for your help, Lord Emissary. We can control the situation now. Lord Emissary, please go to the back mountain to rest. I will get someone to serve you. Venerable Ri was extremely humble and respectful, afraid that he would be disrespectful in any way. 3,000 Extremes nodded. His figure flashed and disappeared in midair. Haha, disciples, listen up. Follow me and kill them. Let's see if they can still be so arrogant. These are 5 great martial saints. Now that they've all fallen into our hands, our fame will spread far and wide and shock the entire lower realm. Revered Sun laughed wildly. Without 3,000 Extremes present, he could unleash his wild nature. Kill. Chapter 849. Kill. Battle cries rang out as the disciples of the Sun Moon Star Sect swarmed out. Like a flood, they surrounded Xiaoyang and the others in an instant. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even a fly wouldn't be able to fly out. The 3 venerables walked in front of Qi Yan and the 3 venerables, laughing wildly. Qian, 3 venerables, how is it? Can't you be arrogant anymore? Haha. Previously, the Sun Moon Star Sect was almost forced into a dead end. They were already prepared to retreat to Dao City, But in the end, they turned the tables and waited for the invincible 3,000 extremities. The feeling of being able to hold their heads high was too good, so they were not in a hurry to kill. Instead, they wanted to humiliate Qi Yan and the others to vent their anger. Xiaoyang was still integrating the stately painting. His entire mind was focused on the integration. He did not pay attention to what was happening outside at all, nor would he pay attention to it. He believed that Qi Yan could protect him. In reality, Qi Yan had already been beaten to the ground. Even the three venerables and Star City Lord were beaten to the point that they could not fight back. However, Xiaoyang did not know that, because at this moment, Xiaoyang had also reached a critical juncture. His fusion had reached the final step. When the mountain river map and the prisoner phoenix fused into his body, there was a repulsion phenomenon. Facing this situation, Xiaoyang did not panic. He was calm and composed. He had long expected this to happen. In his previous life, many body-tempering cultivators would encounter this situation. Xiaoyang had a million ways to resolve this problem. The only thing that was hard to come by was time. Xiaoyang was resolving the repulsion force in his body, allowing them to fuse again. Time passed by. Under Xiaoyang's full concentration, he finally succeeded. Buzz! A terrifying aura no weaker than the 3,000 extremities was suddenly released from Xiaoyang's body. Following the eruption of that aura, Master Yu, Master Ri, and Master Xing, who were feeling complacent, suddenly had a drastic change in their expressions. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked in Xiaoyang's direction. Subsequently, they couldn't resist the pressure and were forced to kneel on the ground. Even the three honorable ones were in such a state, let alone the other disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect. At this moment, all of them were kneeling on the ground. Their hearts were trembling, and they couldn't muster up the will to resist. It was as if they were facing a second 3,000 extremities. Although the three High Lords, Qi Yan, and the others also felt this irresistible aura, it didn't seem to be directed at them, so they didn't need to kneel. He looked at Xiaoyang in shock. Is this the Lord's breakthrough? This aura is so terrifying. The great senior Lord muttered to himself. He was very familiar with this aura. The second High Lord, third High Lord, Star City Lord, and the others were shocked. When they looked at Xiaoyang, they couldn't believe their eyes. As Xiaoyang released his master's will, it immediately attracted 3,000 extremities' attention. 3,000 extremities couldn't sit still any longer. He suddenly flew up from the back mountain and arrived above the crowd. His gaze locked onto Xiaoyang in an instant, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? How could a third-order Wu Zun be born in a barren place like the lower stream realm? 3,000 extremities couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing Master Ri, Master Yu, Master Xing, and the others kneeling on the ground, he was a little annoyed. He snorted coldly and released his aura and pressure to block Xiaoyang's suppression. Then, the three venerables and the disciples of the Sun, Moon, and Star sects felt the pressure lessen, and they stood up. Lord Envoy, Saint Lord Sun, Saint Lord Moon, and Saint Lord Star immediately noticed the appearance of 3,000 Poles and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. They knew that it was 3,000 extremities who helped them. Otherwise, they didn't know how long they would have to kneel. Who is he? 3,000 extremities pointed at Xiaoyang and asked. He came from the Jigo sect just to help the Sun Moon Star sect. He never cared much about the lower stream realm. With absolute cultivation, the lower stream realm was like a toy to him. High Lord Envoy hurriedly explained, Lord Envoy, that person is Xiaoyang. He's the troublemaker of this incident. Originally, Xiaoyang's cultivation was only Wu Zun. However, I don't know what happened to make him so terrifying. Yes, he felt that it was terrifying. That powerful aura was no weaker than 3,000 extremities. 3,000 extremities narrowed his eyes and said slowly, he has the mountain river map's aura. Interesting. Hearing this, High Lord Sun, High Lord Moon, and High Lord Star's hearts raced. It was because of them that the mountain river map was lost. If they hadn't insisted on setting up a killing array in the East City and used the mountain river map that suppressed the sect's destiny, how could the mountain river map be lost? Judging from what 3,000 Extremities said, it seemed that Xiaoyang's cultivation increase was related to the mountain river map. However, the mountain river map was only a Dharma treasure for people to use. How could it have the special effect of helping cultivation? The three High Lords had been in charge of the mountain river map for many years and had never discovered this function. Could it be that Xiaoyang had discovered it in such a short time? Even if this heaven-grade Dharma treasure could help people cultivate, it shouldn't be enough to let Xiaoyang break through two major realms in a row. High Lord Sun couldn't figure it out. Now he could only borrow the power of 3,000 Extremities to deal with Xiaoyang. He could only honestly say, "Lord Envoy, to be honest, we once used the mountain river map to kill Xiaoyang. However, we didn't expect that it would be a one-way trip. Therefore, the mountain river map was taken away by Xiaoyang." 3,000 Extremities nodded and didn't mind. So what if Xiaoyang took away the mountain river map? So what if Xiaoyang increased his cultivation? In the eyes of someone as arrogant as 3,000 Extremities, everything was ants and nothing to worry about. However, one had to admit that the mountain river map was a Dharma treasure that made people envious. Even he was tempted. Xiaoyang had already completed the fusion and completely digested the mountain river map. His physical body strength had already increased to the level of Wu Zun rank 3. Just now, he released the aura of the physical body Wu Zun rank 3. His cultivation was also supported by the mountain river map and obtained a breakthrough, completely stepping into the level of Wu Zun. In other words, Xiaoyang was a double Wu Zun Almighty. Blinking his eyes, Xiaoyang gradually recovered his mind. He glanced around and saw everything in his eyes. He frowned and looked dissatisfied. Then he released Wu Zun's divine sense. This divine sense instantly covered a radius of 80,000 feet. He clearly felt 3,000 Extremities probing, and also clearly saw that the range of 3,000 Extremities sensing was only 50,000 feet. He couldn't help but smile contemptuously. "Lord! Master! Xiaoyang!" The three High Lords, Star City Lord, Qian, and Long Nu came to Xiaoyang and looked at Xiaoyang excitedly. Chapter 850. Even though Xiaoyang was sitting right before them, Xiaoyang seemed to have blended into his surroundings and fused into one with everything in the world. His every word, action, and smile seemed to contain Tao insight. "All right, rest well. I'm here, don't panic." Xiaoyang nodded at them and casually set up a defensive light shield for them to enter and cultivate. This simple defensive light shield wasn't simple at all. Just this one move contained the defense and cultivation laws. This made San Qianji, who was in midair, shrink his eyes as his expression changed drastically. Until now, he had only grasped three great laws, namely the strength law, cultivation law, and defense law. Moreover, he hadn't comprehended any of them to perfection. On the other hand, Xiaoyang could set up a perfect product of two great laws with just a wave of his hand. This was many times better than San Qianji. "Today, your Sun Moon Star sect must die. I didn't intend to destroy your sect, but you're courting death. You only have yourselves to blame." Xiaoyang stood up and faced Master Yu, Master Xing, and Master Ri calmly. He spoke coldly without any expression on his face. Master Ri was instantly enraged. He roared at Xiaoyang, "Xiaoyang, I think you're crazy. You've only increased your cultivation a little and you're already so arrogant. Don't you know what the 1,000 Extremes emissary represents? Let me tell you, it represents the Jigo sect's position and strength. Let me tell you, compensate our Sun Moon Star sect for our losses and hand over the stately painting. Then get out of our territory. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Humph! Master Ri was very arrogant. His tone was tough and he didn't back down at all. Instead, he was aggressive. This was because he had San Qianji, a stage 3 almighty Wu Zun backing him. There was nothing to be afraid of. Come on, let's kill Qi Yan, Star City Lord, Dragon Lady, and the others first. Venerable Sun roared and faced Xiaoyang alone. He planned to use his own cultivation to restrain Xiaoyang. Then he signaled Venerable Moon, Venerable Sun, and the others to attack. Master Yu and Master Star knew that this was the moment of life and death. They also knew that this was the time to perform in front of the 3 realms. Naturally, they did not hesitate. Pavilion Masters, follow me. Kill Scarlet Flame and the others with all your might. Master Yu shouted and released Wu Zun's cultivation without hesitation. Together with Master Ri, they unleashed a powerful martial skill that instantly bombarded the defensive light shield around Qi Yan and the others. At the same time, the elders of the Sun Moon Star sect all unleashed their most powerful battle prowess, planning to get rid of Xiaoyang's helpers first. Now, all of them were regretting their decision. They could have easily killed Qi Yan and the 3 High Lords before. So why had they chosen to delay for the sake of the satisfaction of being able to hold their heads high? From Xiaoyang's current attitude, it would be difficult to kill Scarlet Flame and the others. Rumble! A huge explosion resounded. Rays of martial skill, light, bombarded the defensive light shield around Qi Yan. This made Qi Yan, the Great Master, and the others nervous and shocked. One had to know that they were receiving attacks from the other party without any fighting strength. Moreover, the other party had many experts. They waited anxiously. As it turned out, their worries were unnecessary, because the attacks launched by Master Yu, Master Star, and the others couldn't hurt them at all. Even the defensive light shield didn't fluctuate. This boosted their confidence, and they knew that Xiaoyang's defensive means were amazing. They admired him from the bottom of their hearts. This defensive light shield was casually arranged by Xiaoyang, but it blocked the attacks of the 2 Wu Zun and the other experts. It could be seen how strong Xiaoyang's defense was. Master Yu, Master Star, and the Sun Moon Star Sect's Pavilion Masters all widened their eyes and mouths. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground as they looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Damn! The other party's defensive light shield didn't even fluctuate under the attacks of so many experts. How awesome was this? If their attacks were like ferocious waves, then the defensive light shields around Qi Yan and the others were like slippery reefs. The waves of water simply slid past them without any resistance. This defensive move was similar to the defense of the 3,000 extremities. It didn't take any attacks at all and could automatically break down the enemy's attacks. This was simply an unfathomable method. They felt that it was natural for the emissary of the Jigo sect to be able to use such a move. After all, the Jigo sect was originally invincible. However, who was Xiaoyang? He was just an ordinary cultivator in the lower realm. How could this not be surprising? Impossible. Who can tell me what's going on? Did I see a ghost? Master Yu, Master Star, and the others exclaimed. Since Master Sun didn't fight with Xiaoyang, he was also paying attention to the situation here. When he saw Qi Yan and the others immune to the attacks of the others, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock and suck in a breath of cold air. Master is mighty. Master's move is brilliant. Xiaoyang, this old man knew you were powerful. Senior Xiaoyang's methods are unfathomable. It seems that being acquainted with Senior Xiaoyang is a great opportunity for us. The Great Master, Second Master, Third Master, Star City Lord, and Qi Yan all exclaimed and looked at Xiaoyang in awe and worship. They were in the middle of the battle and could clearly feel the effect of the defensive light shield when they received the attacks just now. If it wasn't for this defensive light shield, they would have turned into ashes under the light of the many martial skills. Xiaoyang chuckled. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Master Yu, Master Star, Master Sun, and the other pavilion masters couldn't help but feel their scalps tighten. It was as if they could imagine what would happen next. Sure enough, they saw Xiaoyang make his move. Now it's my turn. Watch my feet. Xiaoyang raised his foot and stomped on the ground. The moment his foot landed on the ground trembled, and more than a dozen third-order martial venerables, terrifying auras, rushed out, slamming into Master Yu, Master Xing, Master Ri, and the Sun-Moon Sect's pavilion masters. They were sent flying, and blood spurted from their mouths. This attack was almost the same as the one used by 3,000 extremes. In the eyes of others, this attack was extremely strange and unpredictable. However, this was just the use of the law of strength. From this degree of proficiency, Xiaoyang had grasped 80% of the law of strength, which was comparable to 3,000 extremes. After severely injuring the upper echelon of the Sun-Moon-Star sect, Xiaoyang's gaze landed on the disciples of the Sun-Moon-Star sect who were standing in a circle. He snorted coldly, "If you don't scram, then stay and die." Chapter 851. When he shouted those words, the aura of a third-order martial venerable was released, crushing every single disciple of the Sun-Moon sect. More than half of the Sun-Moon sect disciples fled immediately. Even if the remaining Sun-Moon sect disciples didn't flee, they were still uneasy. Their hearts trembled as they looked at Xiaoyang in fear. "Very good. I admire your courage. Now prepare to die." Xiaoyang looked at those who didn't leave and said coldly. Then he closed his eyes and formed a seal with both hands, activating the poison law. With the poison law in effect, thousands of Sun-Moon sect disciples were poisoned in an instant. Some clutched their throats, unable to breathe, and fell to the ground, struggling and moaning. Some clutched their heads because the poison in their brains was too strong. They couldn't bear it and kept hitting their heads on the ground, making banging sounds until they lost consciousness. Some clutched their stomachs and curled up on the ground, wailing and screaming. Some even fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and their faces turning black. Among these poisoned people, the lowest was martial disciple, the highest was martial ancestor, Wu Zun, and even Master Sun, Master Moon, and Master Star weren't spared. This was the terror of the poison law. There was also poison lingering around 3,000 extremes. Those huge laws were constantly infiltrating and attacking him. However, 3,000 extremes had extraordinary means. He used defensive laws and many magic treasures to successfully resist the power of the poison laws. 3,000 G looked at the wailing Sun-Moon sect disciples with a gloomy face and a cold aura. He snorted and said, "Xiaoyang, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of me?" Then he took out the antidote pills. Under the effect of his cultivation, he divided them into tens of thousands and directly injected them into the poisoned people's bodies to help them detoxify. After a while, the members of the Sun-Moon-Star sect felt a little better. However, even though 3,000 G had a way to deal with it, under the effects of the poison law, those who were weak and injured completely lost their vitality. Even with the antidote pills, they were useless to them. Reverend Moon, Reverend Sun, and Reverend Star had already been detoxified, but their cultivations had all disappeared. For a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to fight. This situation was similar to Qi Yan, Great Reverend, and the others from before. What was different was that Qi Yan, Great Venerable Lord, and the others were recovering their strength and slowly accumulating their cultivation base. The situation had begun to reverse, and Xiaoyang's camp had taken the initiative. 3 realms, 3,000 extremes expression became increasingly solemn. From the process of curing the poison, he could tell that Xiaoyang had grasped at least 70% of the strength of the poison laws. "Xiaoyang, let's do it." 3,000 extremes was unable to accept his defeat. He snorted coldly and used the law of strength to attack Xiaoyang. Although everyone was at the same level as Wu Zun, there were still different levels within the same realm. It all depended on who had grasped more laws and thoroughly researched them. 80% of the law of strength was suddenly stimulated, and a majestic and terrifying power of destruction instantly crushed toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang sneered. The reason he had fused with the mountain river map to increase his cultivation base was to wait for this emissary. He was already mentally prepared, so he naturally wasn't afraid. He snorted coldly and directly activated the 80% defensive law of strength he had comprehended, blocking the opponent's attack. Then he also stimulated the 80% of the law of strength he had grasped. A vast and majestic power instantly poured down from the sky, crushing down on 3,000 extreme. 3,000 extreme's expression changed. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so proficient in using laws. It was beyond his imagination. One had to know that he was a veteran third order Wuzun, and he had used laws hundreds and thousands of times. He knew what laws to use to attack, and he also knew when to use the appropriate laws. But from Xiaoyang's situation, Xiaoyang's proficiency wasn't inferior to his. 3,000 extreme, is that all you've got? Haha, I'll let you see what the law of physical body is. Xiaoyang sneered. Relying on the toughness and strength of his physical body, he took a step forward and arrived before 3,000 G in an instant. He threw a punch at 3,000 G. At this moment, they were both enduring the vast and heavy power stimulated by the other party's law of strength. It was as if they were in a gravitational field, and also as if they were carrying layers of pressure. Every move was very difficult, as if they were walking in water. 3,000 extreme didn't have any law of physical body. In this gravitational field, every word and action of his was greatly restricted. Now, seeing Xiaoyang come up and attack so easily, his heart tightened and his expression changed drastically. Logically speaking, the gravitational field's effect was to cover everything indiscriminately. He had difficulty moving, but Xiaoyang seemed to be fine. He was relaxed, agile, and vigorous. He wanted to say that he couldn't afford to offend this big shot. This was because Xiaoyang had comprehended the law of physical body. His body had already reached the powerful level of Wuzun Stage 3, and his hands and feet contained shocking power. Naturally, he could move freely in the gravitational field. If it weren't for the gravitational field, his punch would be enough to take 3,000 extreme's life. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches hitting flesh could be heard. Under Xiaoyang's 3 laws, 3,000 extreme couldn't even dodge. He could only passively endure Xiaoyang's attacks. As Xiaoyang attacked, he sneered, "I'll let you be arrogant, I'll let you act cool. I'll let you show off, I'll let you hurt my people." 3,000 extreme was beaten to a pulp. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen like a pig's head. The gentle light on his body had dissipated, and the light that was originally covering his face disappeared, revealing the face of a young man. Although his face was bruised and swollen, he was still arrogant and unwilling to admit defeat. "I'll let you be stubborn. I'll let you be stubborn. I'll let you take a beating." Xiaoyang shouted again and again. Every time he shouted, he would fiercely throw a punch. Every punch landed on the same spot, the bridge of his opponent's nose. Pooh! After torturing him for half a cup of tea's time and landing hundreds of punches, 3,000 extreme could no longer suppress his injuries. He couldn't help but spit out blood. His vitality and strength were rapidly draining. When Xiaoyang was almost done venting, he directly threw him to the ground. Looking at his half-dead appearance, Xiaoyang mocked. "Did you see it clearly? The person you were praising like a god just now is already dead. What else is worthy of your worship and reverence?" Xiaoyang didn't like seeing him act cool, so he directly exposed his ugly face. 3,000 extreme revealed his sorry state. He stared fiercely at Xiaoyang, his eyes filled with hatred. He said savagely, "I'm a member of the Jigo sect. Son of a bitch, do you dare to kill me?" This immediately infuriated Xiaoyang. Just because this animal was a member of the Jigo sect, did he think he could do whatever he wanted and be lawless? Chapter 852. Xiaoyang's killing intent surged as he approached 3,000 G with a chilling expression. Everyone in the Sun Moon Star sect was silent including Supremes Yu, Sun, and Star. No one dared to make a sound. Instead, it was Red Flame who stepped forward and advised, Xiaoyang, don't be rash. The Jigo sect is a colossus. We can't afford to offend them for now. His words made sense and were the truth. Any random emissary sent by the Jigo sect could sweep through the lower realms. It was clear to see how powerful the Jigo sect was. The 3,000 Stream and 3,000 Desolation were working with the Poison sect for now. But if the Poison sect dared to betray the Jigo sect, they'd be the first to turn against them. Xiaoyang paused, hesitation on his face. Killing 3,000 G was a temporary relief, but the sect was in danger of being annihilated. Capture him first, Xiaoyang said coldly. He reached out and used the laws of cultivation to seal the man's cultivation, then tossed him to Red Flame. Red Flame heaved a sigh of relief and caught the captive. Don't worry, he won't dare run away. Otherwise, my axe won't be a joke. The head, second, and third Supremes also helped keep an eye on 3,000 G. Trash of the Sun Moon Star sect, you didn't know how to cherish the chance of survival I gave you. Now you're regretting it. Xiaoyang spat. He vented all his dissatisfaction and anger on them. He'd wanted to kill the arrogant 3,000 G, but he'd been restrained. He needed to vent his pent-up anger. Thus, Xiaoyang made his move. Using the laws of strength, he killed several pavilion lords from afar. Supremes Yu, Sun, and Star, I only have one question. Do you want to live or die? After Xiaoyang mercilessly killed several pavilion masters, he turned around again and coldly faced the three people in front of him. As for the thousands of disciples of the Sun Moon Star sect, they didn't dare to move under Xiaoyang's mighty aura, let alone escape. Master Yu, Master Sun, and Master Star glanced at each other and reached an agreement with their eyes. They then took out the soul blood from their foreheads and gave it to Xiaoyang. The moment they took out the soul blood, their faces instantly aged, and even their bodies became hunched. The dignified sect master had now ended up in such a miserable state. It was truly the will of the heavens playing tricks on people. Plans could not keep up with changes. Xiaoyang took their soul blood and said coldly, "This is not enough." Following that, Xiaoyang squeezed their soul blood and continuously tortured them, causing them to be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They rolled on the ground and howled in pain, just like Sun Wukong being chanted the golden hoop curse. The Star City Master, the Great Honored Lord, the Second Honored Lord, and the Third Honored Lord were all shocked. This was the consequence of having one's soul blood controlled. Once the Master was dissatisfied, he could use the soul blood to torture others, making them suffer a fate worse than death. Xiaoyang tortured them for a long time before stopping. The three honored lords were like rotten dogs at this moment, lying on the ground half dead. Xiaoyang did not care about their life and death. He said coldly, "From now on, the Sun Moon Star sect will be under my command. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed." Master Sun, Master Yu, and the Star-honored Lord groaned weakly. They used all their strength and barely nodded. Now that their lives were in Xiaoyang's hands, they had no way out. Xiaoyang ignored them and turned to Qi Yan and the others. "Let's go and choose the magic treasures and cultivation resources you like. I will keep my word. Master is wise. Master is mighty. This is great. Haha, at least we didn't come here for nothing." The Great Honored Lord, the Third Honored Lord, the Second Honored Lord, the Star City Master, and Qi Yan all smiled excitedly. After going through a life and death situation, not only did they survive, but they also obtained many cultivation resources and magic treasures. Nothing could make them happier than this. In addition, Great Honored Lord, Second Honored Lord, Third Honored Lord, and the Star City Master, you will represent me in the Sun Moon Star sect. The Sun Moon Star sect will form a council. You will manage the sect together with Master Yu, Master Sun, and Master Star. The council will be responsible to me. Marshal Uncle Qi Yan, The poison sex branch has withdrawn these people. You will be in charge of the poison sex branch. We will have to trouble you in the future." Xiao Yang set the tone. Qi Yan, the great honored lord, the Star City Master, and the others quickly agreed. The happiest person here was the Star City Master. He was only a 9th stage martial ancestor, but now he was one of the leaders of the Sun Moon Star sect. He was on equal footing with Wu Zun. It was obvious how glorious it was. In the past, he was only a city master. After following Xiaoyang, his status and cultivation base rose rapidly. He was 100% loyal to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang stayed in the Sun Moon Star sect for a few more days. During this time, the 7 members of the council were in charge of managing the sect's affairs. With Master Sun, Master Yu, and Master Star working together, the Sun Moon Star sect quickly returned to normal. Everyone who had followed him before reaped great rewards. The Star City Master, Qi Yan, the Great Honored Lord, 2nd Honored Lord, 3rd Honored Lord, Dragon Maiden, Bloodthirsty Iceworm, Flamingo, Flying Sky Bull, Qin Dalong, and Qin Dahu all had the chance to enter the Sun Moon Star sect's treasury and take away large amounts of treasures. They also visited the Pill Pavilion, Cultivation Method Pavilion, and other places to take away large amounts of cultivation resources. Now that Xiaoyang was in charge of the Sun Moon Star sect, Master Yu, Master Sun, and Master Star couldn't refute him. This was the result of their defeat. Qi Yan had long since left the Sun Moon Star sect and returned to the Poison Sect's branch to take charge of its affairs. Great Honored Lord, 2nd Honored Lord, 3rd Honored Lord, Star City Master, I'm going back to the Poison Sect. You can stay here and take care of the sect's affairs. Xiaoyang instructed. The Star City Master, Great Honored Lord, and the others obeyed and watched as Xiaoyang, Dragon Maiden, and the others left. The Dao Sovereign, who'd come as a guest to the Sun Moon Star sect, naturally saw Xiaoyang's departing figures. Since such a big thing had happened in the Sun Moon Star sect, he naturally had to come and check on the situation. After learning that Xiaoyang had taken control of the sect, he personally came to congratulate him with gifts. "Young Xiaoyang, are you going back already?" Since he'd seen him, he naturally had to greet him. The Dao Sovereign walked up to Xiaoyang and greeted Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled when he saw the newcomer. "Dao Sovereign, I thought you'd gone back to Dao City. I was just about to say goodbye to you there, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Now that things are settled here, I naturally have to return to the sect. I don't want Master and Masteress to worry," Xiaoyang explained with a smile. After exchanging some pleasantries, he bid farewell to the Dao Sovereign and left. On the way back, he brought Sanji with him. Sanji had come down from the Jigo sect, so there was no better way to deal with him. Thus, he could only take him with him for now. Once he returned to the Poison sect, he'd see what the sect head and Masteress could do. On the way back to the Poison sect, in less than a day, they used a transportation formation to return to the Poison sect's territory. Chapter 853. The Poison sect's territory was no longer just a 2-sect town. Ever since the Poison sect had swallowed the Sky sect, its territory had expanded by tens of thousands of kilometers. It was now a small, remote city outside the Poison sect's branch. This small city had a transportation formation set up in order to prevent trouble at the border from arriving in time. Setting up a formation was beneficial for transporting people. This made things convenient for Xiaoyang and the others. Xiaoyang's reputation was already at the top of the Poison sect, so the Poison sect's branch naturally belonged to the Poison sect as well. Everyone in the Poison sect's branch knew how terrifying Xiaoyang was. The reason the Sky sect had become a branch of the Poison sect was all because of Xiaoyang. Thus, when they saw Xiaoyang enter the city lord's manor's people immediately moved. Even the citizens in the city were startled, wanting to see Xiaoyang's elegant demeanor. Thus, Xiaoyang was welcomed by the entire city. "Venerated Xiaoyang, you must be tired from your journey. Why don't you rest in the city? The city lord respectfully asked Xiaoyang with a fawning smile. Xiaoyang blinked and smiled. He calmly replied, "No, I still have matters to attend to. How about this? We'll have a meal at the city lord's manor. You can make the arrangements and make it simple. We'll leave once we're full." The city lord was naturally overjoyed. He quickly ordered his men to prepare a sumptuous meal and even called for the city's top chefs. After all, he was only a person from a small, remote city. He would only go to the poison sect's branch when he needed to make a report. Who knew how difficult it would be to meet with those important figures? Now that a great Buddha like Xiaoyang was right in front of him, he naturally had to hug his thigh. Xiaoyang was willing to stay in the city because he didn't want to give off a cold attitude. He was also giving the city lord some face. After all, they were on the same side. After eating their fill, Xiaoyang glanced at the city lord and saw that his cultivation was only at the 6th level of the martial ancestor realm. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the Tao sect and Sun Moon Star sect, the poison sect paled in comparison in every aspect. Fortunately, the Moonstar sect was now under the poison sect's wing, and the Tao sect was more than happy to establish friendly relations with the poison sect. Xiaoyang said calmly, "City Lord, this is a golden origin pill. I'll give you one. After you take it, you'll advance to the next realm without any side effects." After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Our poison sect's overall strength is still inferior to the other sections. You all have to work hard. When the city lord received a golden origin pill, he was so excited that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. After listening to Xiaoyang's words, he couldn't help but be affected by Xiaoyang's atmosphere. From these words, he could tell that Xiaoyang was a person with great ambitions. I will definitely cultivate diligently and not disappoint Venerable Zhao's expectations," the city lord said sincerely. "And let's go. Bring us to the teleportation pavilion." Xiaoyang instructed. "Yes, Venerable Xiao, this way please." The city lord led the way in front, walking respectfully and politely. He respected Xiaoyang very much. Xiaoyang was worthy of his respect. After all, Xiaoyang was an important figure who could have ignored him, but Xiaoyang had still stopped by to eat with him. Now that he'd even called him along, it was clear that Xiaoyang valued the people of this small border city. "Venerable Xiao, the formation is about to activate. Please," the city lord said reluctantly. Xiaoyang nodded, then led the 3,000 extreme beasts and the 4 beasts into the teleportation pavilion and left through the teleportation formation. There were restrictions on the formation here, so they couldn't immediately teleport back to the poison sect's headquarters. They had to go to the branch first. After arriving at the branch, Xiaoyang exchanged pleasantries with Red Flame, Qianjizi, the 1,000 Poisons King, the Sword Pavilion Elder, and the others, then used the branch's teleportation formation to return to the poison sect. The poison sect. The sect head, elders, pavilion lords, and many other upper echelons were already waiting at the poison sect's gates to welcome Xiaoyang. As soon as they saw Xiaoyang, they smiled and called out, "Young sect head." That's right. In the time that Xiaoyang was gone, these upper echelons had already reached an agreement to make Xiaoyang the poison sect's young sect head. That was equivalent to being the poison sect's second in command and wielding unparalleled authority. Xiaoyang was startled, but he quickly regained his wits. He knew why they'd made such an arrangement. Setting aside Xiaoyang's illustrious achievements in swallowing up 2 great sects, just his physical body and third-rank cultivation of Wu Zun were enough for Xiaoyang to take the position of sect head. However, Xiaoyang was a filial person and wouldn't fight for power with his master. Thus, they went with the flow and gave him the position of young sect head. Master, mistress, elders, pavilion master, senior brothers and junior brothers, are you all well? Xiaoyang missed them and asked with concern. The sect head, Linglong, pavilion lords, and elders all felt warmth in their hearts. They were all moved. Many thanks for your concern, young sect head. You've had a hard journey, so you should take care of your body. Don't go out so often in the future. The poison sect's hopes will be placed on you in the future. The elders and pavilion lords all spoke up, their faces full of smiles and enthusiasm. Come, let's talk in the main hall. The sect head waved a hand, activating a formation to bring everyone into the main hall. After all, this wasn't a good place to talk. Inside the main hall, the sect head sat on the high seat with a smile on his face. He looked at Xiaoyang with gratification. As for dignity, it was rare to see such a thing. Disciple, we already know what you've done. We all agree that there are only 4 words to describe your actions. The sect head chuckled. The 3 elders, pavilion lords, and high-ranking sect members all looked at Xiaoyang with smiles on their faces. They were proud of him. Xiaoyang cooperated with them and asked with a smile, "Don't keep me in suspense. Which 4 words did you say?" Beautifully done. The sect leader, the elders, and the others spoke in unison. It was unprecedented. This surprised Xiaoyang a little. Xiaoyang felt a warm feeling in his heart as he watched the people in the hall talking and laughing with each other. He reported, "This disciple left the 3 supremacies in the Sun Moon Star sect without permission. I also left Supremacy Sun, Supremacy Moon, and Supremacy Star alive. I hope you don't blame me." Whether it was the 3 supremacies or the 3 supremacies, they had all given their soul blood to Xiaoyang. It was the same as putting their lives in Xiaoyang's hands. Xiaoyang had put one of the 6 supremacies, Wu Zun, in charge of the Sun Moon Star sect. It was basically his own sect. If he wanted to be independent, he could do it in a matter of minutes. As long as he left the poison sect and cut off all ties with it, he could become sect head whenever he wanted. However, Xiaoyang wasn't an ungrateful person. He had no such intentions. He couldn't be bothered to manage things, nor was he interested in running a faction. Instead, he was more interested in raising his cultivation. Only when he was strong enough would he have the right to roam the 4 seas. In the end, the lower realm was still the lower realm. Even the top experts of the lower realm or the leaders of top factions were nothing once they reached the middle realm.